Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer words to tonight's Saturday stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. Hope you guys are all fine and dandy today. Um, Tonight we will be doing some React Sloppa and then a Wind Waker a little bit later. There's actually a bunch of videos that showed up on my For You page that looked really interesting. We're probably not gonna do all of them because it's a lot of videos and that basically be all stream and then like listen, I have long succumbed to be doing React content, okay? Like, it's React Sloppa for a reason, but I'm not gonna make the whole entire stream React Sloppa because listen, I still have some standards left. Not many, but I still have some standards left. So we probably won't get through all the videos, but at least a couple is kind of what I'm thinking of tonight. Here, and then like, I don't know, halfway through stream, then we'll switch over to Wind Waker. So something along those lines is kind of what I'm thinking. Kind of what I'm thinking for tonight. Here. So that's what we have planned. That's what we have planned here at the moment. Also, my Inwas, my kickers, my YouTube bros, and then the Rumble bros and the Cactear. Very fair warning in advance for tonight's stream. I will be more than likely evolving from the Piss Princess into the Piss Queen, the Piss Matriarch, because I drank some gamer subs before stream, and gamer subs makes me fucking piss like crazy. I also have to drink a lot of water with it too, because it makes me thirsty. I'm not sure if it's like the gamer subs makes me thirsty, and that makes me like piss more, or like the gamer subs itself makes me piss more. Maybe it's a combination of both. I'm not exactly sure, but all I know is that gamer subs makes me run to the bathroom constantly, which is why I stopped drinking it a long time ago. But I may or may not have gotten 2 hours of sleep, so. I was like, man, I don't really want to crash on stream, so I should probably do something about that because I wasn't able to take a nap in time for today. So gamer subs it is. I will be living on the throne. My crown will become a dark, actually probably a clearer shade of piss because of how many fluids I'm drinking. I was gonna say darker shade, right? Because like evolving from the Piss Princess into the Piss Queen, having a more fancier piss crown upon my head. But then I was like, wait, wouldn't it actually be clearer? Wouldn't it actually be clearer then? Because of how much I'm peeing and the amount of water intake I have. So yeah, it would basically be straight water on my head as my piss crown. That's actually not that bad when you think about it. So anyway, yeah. So hopefully I don't crash on stream because like I said, I did take the gamer subs, but listen. I'm gonna prepare my excuses to not take responsibility ahead of time. If we're like 3/4 of the way through stream and I'm playing Wind Waker and I can't figure out the baby shit puzzles, okay, I'm gonna blame on the 2 hours of sleep. We're gonna ignore the fact that like all the other Wind Waker streams, I had my struggle moments with more sleep, but we're going to blame it on the 2 hours of sleep this time around. Okay, deal, plan, great. I'm glad we came to agreement here. At this point, she's gonna become a water princess. You know what? I wouldn't mind that. I love the water. I love lakes and oceans and trees. Well, I do like the trees. But the rain and all that fun stuff. The other day it rained. It rained earlier in the week, and I just sat out there on the front porch. It just and like would stick my hand out and would let it like cusping my hand and letting the water catch on it. And I was out there for like a half an hour or something like that. Just relaxing, just chilling. It was and vibing and thinking all that fun stuff. It was nice. Oh. Sleep deprivation? Aren't you delirious enough? Yeah, you would think so with how like retarded I am on a daily basis. But it's kind of weird. If I get like 4 hours of sleep or less, I'm usually more awake and more active and just better overall when I get 4 hours of sleep or less. But then the next day, that's when it hits. The next day, no matter how much sleep I get, I feel it the next day, and I kind of like, and I crashed, and I was completely burnt out. But the first day that I get like the 4 hours of sleep or less, I'm actually okay. Which honestly, I am pretty much relatively okay. Like I definitely felt the tiredness after I took a shower. Because I mowed the grass. I was actually decently productive today, all things considered. I'm proud of myself. I actually did things and took care of stuff. It's a miracle. Uh, but yeah, I could feel the sleepiness trying to settle in after I took a shower. But I was like, nope, we're not doing this. We're still gonna stream the deal. We're taking the gamer subs. But yeah, other than that, I'm actually relatively good. As tomorrow, I'm gonna feel it. But that's fine, because that's tomorrow's problem, not tonight's problem. Oh, because you missed REM sleep? Really? But REM sleep supposed to be super important and like help you with memories and all that fun stuff. I know it's like the deep sleep, which is like, I forget. I think it's like every hour and a half you go into REM sleep though. So like, I guess I got a little bit of REM sleep because I got 2 hours of sleep. But like, I woke up. The thing is, what happened was, I went to bed at my normal time, right? I went to bed at my normal time. So it wasn't like I was staying up super, super late playing No Life in Power World or anything like that. I went to bed at my normal time. And then I just woke up from like, not a nightmare, but it wasn't like, it was a stressful dream. It was a very stressful dream that I don't really remember anything about. I just remember waking up and being like very, very like alert. And not like, and I know like a very awake. And very kind of, I don't want to say stressed out, but very wired, we could say. And I kind of laid there for half an hour like, okay, can I go back to sleep? And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not. I am fully awoken. This whatever dream that I had completely jarred me. And so I guess I'm just gonna get up and do stuff. And so I got up and did stuff. It's very important. Well, maybe that's why I have such a bad memory loss. Is because my sleep is just so scattered. Even before I went full neat, my schedule's been just a fucking a mess. It's just only gotten worse over the years, especially the past 2 weeks of my dog having problems. Yeah. Well, that's a different story. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm gonna pass out one day. I'm gonna get a heart attack before I turn 30, just from sleep deprivation alone, and that's gonna be okay. That's fine with me. Who needs sleep? See, that's exactly my mentality here. Sleep is for the weak, says the lady who's always tired. Well, a lady is kind of assuming things, because, voice changer and all that fun stuff. But, sleep is for the weak. And the best thing to do is move around for a bit and tire yourself out, otherwise it's extremely difficult to go back to sleep. That's the thing! Like, I got up, I did some light exercises, and then I was still awake. So then I did some meal prep, because I've been meaning to do the meal prep all week, and I've been dealing with other stuff, so I haven't been doing my meal prep like I should have. And I did the meal prep, and I was fine. Then I made food, and I was fine. I watched a little bit of anime before Under the Bridge with V, and I was getting a little bit sleepy there, because I was laying in bed, but like I was still relatively fine. Under the Bridge with V, I was fine. Like, I yawned a little bit, but like I was still functional, right? I was like, I yawned, but I wasn't even like that tired, if that makes any sense, right? And then after that, I mowed the grass, and I showered, and then I got ready for stream. Like I said, I was a decently productive today. I'm actually quite happy with myself and proud of myself, because this week I have not been the best this week, just in general. And so I was playing basically catch up for various things there. And so yeah, I'm like, but I'm fine. I'm actually relatively okay. So even if you're female, you're certainly not a lady. True. I do not act like a lady. I'm definitely a little bit too crude and rough around the edges for that title. But I have a vagina. Well, sometimes. It depends on how my mood. But I have a vagina, and so therefore sometimes it would be nice to be a lady. Never. Oh, goddamn. No, Maul is a lady boy. I am not Thai. Listen. Jamalgamite's our own breed, okay? Okay? Amalgamyte does her own thing in the back alley, in the crack den, okay? But I am not a fucking Thai ladyboy here. I am Blasian. I guess being the Asian part can also technically be Thai. But like the Asian's the mystery meat, okay? You don't know exactly what kind of Asian mystery meat that I am, okay? It could be Japanese, uwu, all that fun stuff. It could be Filipino. It could be in Indian if we're going by British standards. Okay, you don't know what that Asian with the Blasian is mystery meat, but I'm pretty sure it's not Thai. Brock from Pokemon Phenotype. How could you do that to me? She has a wiener, but not from Thailand. Oh yeah, that's the God-given wiener. Blessed me with a nice 12-inch long, 3-inch wide, well-flasted penis. And I like to whip it around like a helicopter from time to time and go wee-oo, 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 wee-oo. And then it flies around. I do that when I'm bored. And then as it flies around in the helicopter style, and I'm pretending to be like some sort of ambulance chaser type of deal, like gonna save somebody from like a forest fire with my massive fucking cock. And then it slowly grows and grows until it finally goes full mast into 21 inches long, and then about roughly 6 inches wide. Give or take. It's more like 5.8, but like we want to round up the 6 because it makes me feel better there. And then I go save the man from the burning fire with my 21-inch cock, and it's great. It's like he's raping in self-defense, except in this case, it's raping for saving. And then I spray the fire goes, oh yeah, just imagine the cums of come out of a 21-inch cock, right? Just imagine the fucking piss whizzing out of it too. Oh, just a mix, and then heaven forbid a kidney stone happens, and you got the blood. We're not gonna factor in the blood into this little mixture here. But like, just imagine, just imagine how many California forest fires we can avoid from with a 21-inch cock just whizzing around over there, going wee you, wee you. You. She just glides. You can never hold the piss if you had to go. I can't hold the piss in as it is. Okay? Like just like man, I'll be like a fire hose right there. Stop being Indian and all. I need to get my Izzat up though, okay? I gotta make sure that I'm the top brass Indian all around. I'm gonna take showers with Starbucks. Was an actual thing that they fucking do, by the way. Like Indians get Starbucks and then they wipe their face with the Starbucks. Because it's to show how wealthy they are with their overpriced coffee. Okay, I'm gonna do that with my 21-inch cock comes. just to prove how amazing I am. And all the people in town has to respect me, and if you disrespect me, then I'm gonna burn your whole entire family and your business down, and not actually literally, because Indians don't have the strength or basically bravery to even do anything crazy radical like that. But they will scam, and they will review bomb, and they will attack your sister and talk about raping her as much as possible. And I will do that if anybody disrespects my 21-inch cock. I will rape them in self-defense. Okay? Okay? Listen, Well, listen, Halcyon has already established that we can rape in self-defense, and guess what? I'm gonna take that to my full advantage here, okay? That 21-inch schlong of mine, okay, my schween, okay, will be my destiny, if you know what I mean. Why do they rub everything that isn't water on their skin? Because they're allergic to water. And the water that they do rub on them is usually like heavily mutated and polluted, disgusting shit. They can't even fathom what clean water is. It's like holy water, but just like demons, it burns them alive, so they can't touch it. Contact some hentai studios because I think you're cooking up a good plot. I don't know. I know fuda is like a subcategory of porn that's relatively popular, but like I don't think fuda is that popular, right? Right? Like it's one of those like weird subcategories that like if you're into it, you're kind of a freak, you know? Like you're like one step away from being like troned out kind of thing because like I get that you like the pretty faces and the boobs, but you like the cock as well. Like the whole point of fuda is the cock. And like that's gay. Don't be gay. You might as well just fuck a man if you just want the cock. You know? You know? So like I'm not exactly sure about the hentai studios and fuda here. Because that's I don't feel like that would do too well. Don't feel like that would be do too well here. Stop grossing me out about Jeets. I'm eating extra spicy chicken biryani right now. I don't even know what a fucking biryani is, but I can tell by the spelling that it's clearly contaminated with shit water. So congratulations, Papa Caps. You're eating whatever your extra spicy biryani is in shit water, because you damn well know that any authentic Indian place, even in America or wherever you get it from, is still filthy and contaminated and probably barely like passing their health inspections, if they even have health inspections in the first place, because you know they keep their cleanliness habits with them when they immigrate. Immigrate. Yeah. Immigration. Yeah. So good luck with that. Yeah. Popular enough for people to produce it. I mean, same with furries. Same with like, tranny shit, right? Just because it's like popular enough for people to produce it doesn't mean it's like one of those. It's like the fucking toasters meme, from 4chan, right? Where like if 20 years ago, if you said you want to fuck a toaster, then you'd be fucking strange and you'd be cast out from society. But nowadays, thanks to the internet, you want to fuck a toaster, then you can find other people that want to fuck toasters, and becomes like a big niche thing, and you kind of like, you groom each other into liking the fuck toasters. I kind of feel that's the case with fuda, right? Like if it, or a lot of these like other niche subcategories of porn, where it's like, no, under normal circumstances, not that long ago, you would be looked down upon and be like, what the fuck's wrong with you, buddy? But thanks to the internet and porn brain, because the porn addiction, even though I'm not a fan of censoring porn, I'm not a porn censor whatsoever. I'm borderline a free speech extremist when it comes to things, and I don't actually have a problem with porn as long as it's within moderation. And I feel like there's more damaging things that people do that should be more moderated than porn. But obviously porn can be a problem too. I kind of like, I'm gonna compare it to gacha games. I know it's not exactly the right comparison, but it's like one of those cases where it's like, or I'm not gonna say gacha games, I'm gonna say gaming in general. There we go, because gacha games leans into the gambling aspect, and gambling's different. But let's like gaming in general. Once again, I know it's not like a complete fair comparison, but like, yeah, a lot of people like the game, right? Well, there's a lot of gamers out there, isn't there? Right? A lot of people want to sink their teeth quite a few hundred hours into like their favorite game, but they can still function in society, still have a job, still not spend their money all crazy, and still not actually like, you know, their brain chemistry is not being like heavily altered by having thousands of hours in Factorio or Helldivers or going to the other, like one of the strategy games that I can't think of off the top of my head that's really popular. I don't know why I'm blanking on it, because one of the mods plays it all the time and I can't think about it. On the top of my head, Hearts of Iron. There we go. That's what I was thinking. That he plays a lot of. You know, like they're not being like fucked over completely. Do they probably spend more time playing that than they should, when they could be like, I don't know, working out or I don't know, learning some other new skill? Yeah, probably. There's healthier habits, but is it the worst? No. Not whatsoever. And it's like, okay, when you're horny and you're single and you just want to jerk it, and it's like, well, I don't know, once a week thing. Then again, I know guys jerk it more than once a week. I'm coming from more the female perspective here. That's I guess that's the other problem I need to factor in. It's not that big of a deal. But when you're jerking it like 5 times a day, every single day, and you're looking for more and more porn to get you off because you're choking the chicken so hard that you can't fucking squawk anymore, that's where the problem lies, right? That's where the problem lies. So yeah, so there's definitely a problem with porn addiction to be concerned about, but I think for most people it's actually not that big of a deal. Porn addictions really only comes down to like if you get into porn at like a too young of an age, that's an increasing problem. That is an increasing problem thanks to the internet. But that's more of the lack of parental controls. Well, parental supervision more specifically. Not any parental controls type of stuff where the government comes in and, you know, does big daddy shit. But what was I gonna say? I had a next point, and then I lost my point. I just completely fucking mind blanked here. I know I was talking about porn, but where was I going with this? About porn addiction? I think the 2 hours of I feel fine, but I think the 2 hours of sleep are hitting. I think the 2 hours are hitting, chat, and we just started stream. Oh, young age and all that fun stuff. There we go, right? But I think for most normal people, it's actually not that big of a deal. Like, it's only for those who've been like groomed and gotten into it at a young age, or for those that have already are mentally unstable with like severe depression and other factors from bad relationship things. But once again, that's a minority, not the majority here. Yeah. The Discord has a bleaching addiction and it's sick. And there's only a handful of people in the Discord that have a bleaching thing. And they're regularly shamed for good reason, because race mixing bad. I do not condone bleaching, okay? Listen, I get anime women with that are brown or attractive because they're drawn as anime women, and anime women are attractive. But let's be honest here, chat. Let's be honest with ourselves. Brown women don't look like that in IRL, okay? Like Latinas, like the big booty Latinas, I get they look nice before they're 25. You know, but once they hit 25, that fridge build kind of hits. The fridge build hits hard. Do you really want to spend your life with the fridge build? Yeah. Okay. So, but disavow here. I wouldn't even rape Jamal. That's a good thing. Amalgamyte should not be raped. She has AIDS and gonorrhea and chlamydia. And literally every other STD you can think of. And she's on heroin. And crack. And every drug you can think of as well. She's your typical black woman. What can you expect? It's Amalgamyte. Oh, Mal, please check the general Discord. Oh. Listen. Sometimes people make mistakes. Sometimes we get a little horny, and you just kind of don't think straight, right? And then you have that post nut clarity, and then you're like, damn, what did I do? I like, did I really, did I really do that? Did I really do that? Okay, that's what happened. Okay, that's what happened. Fuck off. As ablation, would it not count as bleaching if it's you? Well, as ablation, I'm never gonna get raped because no white man, as much as I salivate over them, is gonna want a fat, ugly Blasian chick. It's actually kind of funny. Look at like the femcel forums on like Reddit and 4chan, and like when the black women start speaking, because you have to listen and respect them because they're black women, and they're like, no, white men don't actually like us because you know they only like white women. If you're an ugly black woman, then there's no hope for you whatsoever. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's totally true. I mean, you still have a vagina, so I'm sure probably someone would hit it just because, you know. But yeah, this even though you're the majority, it sucks to be the majority now, doesn't it? Here. No self-awareness. True, but you're asking a lot from a Floyd to be self-aware about various issues, so it should be expected. It should be expected. Oh, fuck. No. But anyways, we have React Slop to do instead of talking about race mixing. Oh, goddamn, and jerking it. Wow, this has been an interesting conversation. Do you ever just like look back? Do you ever just like look back and be like, wow, how did I get from point A to point B to point Z here? Because I get confuzzled. I'm like, damn, I did not expect this conversation to go here, but apparently it did. So here we are. Oh. So, okay. So I do want to play someone Wicca tonight. I do want to play someone Wicca. Oh, that's the. I'm getting muscle fucking memory to play the game. But there we go. So, we have. I saw 4 videos on my For You page, and we're not gonna do all 4 of them because it's a lot of React sloppa here. But I want to do this one because this one looks funny. I saw the thumbnail and it's only like 2 minutes long, so my apologies, Remnant. Remnant makes really good videos, and I have to resist reacting to him because I did the whole e-girl fatigue video React Sloppa, and then he released a video about Angry Birds being right-wing propaganda, and I wanted to react to that one so badly. Maybe I'll save in the chamber for like later. But I was like, but I just reacted to the e-girl fatigue. What do you mean you're dropping this video here? So then I didn't react to it because I don't want to leech off of him for like all the content, right? Because React Sloppa is borderline, you know, content is the thievery to a certain degree, right? It's Sloppa for a reason. But I saw this and I was just like, okay, I gotta react to this on stream based off the thumbnail. It looks funny. It looks, oh, fuck, buttons are hard. It looks funny based off the thumbnail. Where is it at? That's not the, there, yes, there's the thumbnail. I know how to be a professional streamer. So this is one video that we're definitely gonna react to. But the other 3 videos I'm kind of up in the air, undeciding. We got an old, shut up, I don't want to hear the void yet. We got an old whole math video that looked interesting about marriage, because we can do some typical I mean, you shouldn't hate the wives, at least they're married, right? But we typical void hating kind of stuff. Because you know it's easy to bash women. Everyone likes bashing women. I like beating women in particular. Then we got like a Mentis Wave communist video here, and then for the love of all that's holy, stop playing the video. And then a basic logic one about democracy. So we got some fun ones, we got some easy wife beating ones, and we got some serious ones, all kind of like mixed together. I don't know which one to do after the Remnant video. I just know I want to do the Remnant video because it looks funny. It looks funny here. uh, a lot of people seem to like it when others react to them usually. I mean, Remnant seems pretty cool. I know the couple videos that I have done react videos on him, he's commented and stuff. And he's popped in my stream once or twice. I popped in his stream once or twice. So like, I think we get along. I hope we get along. I like him. He seems really cool. I would like to, you know. I don't really talk to people. I don't really reach out either. So there's that factor. Well, I hope we can actually get along. But I still don't like listen. If all my videos are just React Slop content from him specifically, that's not necessarily a good thing. So, you know, like we gotta add some diversity into the React Sloppa, you know. And switch things up here. Basic logic's pretty good. I'm doing my own democracy shit. Yeah, I've been noticing trends, right? Like I'm sure this is actually normal because like usually when it comes to politics and current events, people talk about whatever the news really is. And so when you have multiple different political creators, they're all talking about the same thing but giving their opinion on it, which is where the original content lies to a certain extent. Where you watch different people for their opinion on the same thing that's happening just out of curiosity. Because people like drama and people like interesting stories and that kind of deal there. But as now a content creator myself, that fancy little title there. I've noticed, at least when it comes to Twitter especially, that there seems to be trends of topic themes. So not just like current events, news stories, but things that are popular to just talk about in general. And like the typical Floyd hating thing, okay, that's normal, right? Nobody likes modern women. But a few things I've noticed more recently are women with tattoos being bashed a lot more than I like the past like 6 months plus ish. Almost a year, but we're gonna probably say 6 months. I've noticed an increase about that. I've noticed an increase about racism in general. More anti-Semitism has been fucking crazy ever since. Well, even before the Iran war started, because of the Trump and Netanyahu deals that were happening last year, and the precursor for that. But especially ever since the Iran war started, the anti-Semitism has been ramping up like crazy as people have been kind of noticing about what's happening there. And then another thing, which is what led me to this topic, right, is the bashing democracy and the push for monarchism in general. But more bashing democracy more specifically. Like, all these things have always been here, right? Guys not liking women with tattoos, you know, anti-Semitism and slash racism, you know, that's not liking democracy. They've always been, you know, right-wing talking points. I was gonna say far right. You know what? I don't like the term far right, but for the sake of this context, I'm gonna say far right. Right? They've always been like, let's say far right talking points that you see on the fringes of the internet. But now you have like regular ass center right normie people talking about these things, which is good because that means that the Overton window is shifting and that these are becoming more acceptable things and more people are promoting it. At the same time, it's just kind of like, huh. You know, it's just how do I phrase this without sounding bitchy? I'm not trying to sound bitchy and catty about things, but it's kind of like, I don't know, part of me, there's a state of doubt that's like with certain people where I'm like, is this genuine, or are you just saying this because it's popular, you know? But that's on me being a bitchy fucking woman, you know, being like, I'm gonna you know, talk shit about you behind your back and backstab you and all the fun stuff. Oh, but I think for a lot of people, at least when it comes to anonymous accounts on Twitter, especially, it's more that's becoming more popularized, more promoted talking points as people are more upset with how things are going Like the whole grocery inflation debate that's been happening on Twitter the past few days. You know, Trump failing all his promises, deportations not working out like it's planned, DI still existing, H1Bs, all the typical talking points that have been addressed multiple times over the past couple years since Trump's actually been in office. By the way, chat, we're almost at 2 years. Almost 2 years since Trump's been inaugurated. Well, I guess it's more like a year and like 3/4, but still, close enough, right? And it's like obviously nobody really expected things to happen overnight, but a lot of people weren't expecting things to be worse, and in a lot of cases things are actually worse, which is highly unfortunate. I told you more people would jump on board of our way of thinking last year, Maul. It's not left and right, it's conformists and free thinkers. I mean, I guess. Like, I'm not surprised. Like, ever since Trump won in 2024, it seems like there's been the floodgates have opened when it comes to, well, Floyd's in particular, but I hate women. But people in general becoming, like, further right, or being more socially acceptable to be right again. And I do think it's because Trump won, and it was kind of like people breathing a sigh of relief. So I do think there's some genuineness within there, right? Because people are scared of losing their jobs, because people were being doxxed and losing their jobs under the Biden administration. And definitely even before that. Like, cancel culture, wokeness, all that fun stuff still existed way before 2020 happened. Like, a famous story of this happening back from, like, the old Gamergate days was the guy who was an aerospace or some sort of like crazy fucking scientist who wore the bikini babes shirt, and he lost his job and his credibility because he wore that. That's one of the like OG stories of Gamergate that happened there. And this was back in like what, 2014, 2013, somewhere around that time period when this occurred. And then the amount of people with, like, you know, Me Too / you know, false rape threats and everything. Not rape threats. A woman wished they got rape threats. No, but the false rape allegations, all the fun stuff. Like, there's plenty of cancel culture before 2020 hit, but it definitely ramped up. It got more extreme under the Biden administration, I would say, because the left felt like they had complete control. Because in a way, they did have complete control. Like, actually, they legitimately did. Between Biden and COVID and Black Lives Matter, and then the conservatives being fucking dog shit in Britain, and the EU doing things, and all that fun stuff. Oh, Trudeau and the trucker protests. Well, I guess that kind of ties back into COVID, but still, like, they had complete control during that time period. And so I understand why people, once Trump got in, started breathing a sigh of relief and felt like they could actually kind of express their opinions more. But I also feel like, I don't know. It's definitely the popular thing, which is good, right? Because, like, I don't actually have too big of a problem when it comes to quote unquote grifters. You know, I'm saying quote unquote because grifter is overused. Because I see it as like, okay, you know, having more people push certain talking points and getting it to more masses and more normies is actually a good thing, right? Propaganda is a tool. Propaganda has a lot of negative connotation around it for a good reason. Because if it's propaganda against you, it's bad. But if propaganda for you, it's good. But there's also needs to be tactful and good propaganda. Because if it's bad slop, and it's too in-your-face propaganda, the normies aren't gonna like that. And they're gonna recoil away. Which then leads to the other problem with grifters, in the sense that, okay, they're good for pushing a message and getting out there, but then if the skeletons come out of their closet and then, you know, or it goes like they don't actually believe this and flip-flop as soon as, you know, the heat in the kitchen gets too hot, or like whatever the case is, and they're like, then that causes a lot of damages to the actual movement in itself. And that's the real problem with them. So, but I don't hate them as much as, like, probably other people do. I would say here. So, but basically, I'm gonna try to wrap up this point because I've started rambling. I'm the rambling man here. But yeah, there's definitely popular things to say and do, and for a good reason. I'm happy these are popular points, but it's also kind of weird now that I'm noticing myself, and it's just kind of like, huh, so this is how the game is played. Do I want to play this game? I'm not sure, but it's interesting to me. But I guess this is my armchair psych kind of kicking in, and why people do things, and how people do things, and how they respond to different stuff. It's 100% my armchair psych kicking in when it comes to that. Yeah. Thank you, Maestro Mark, for the $2 reviews. Thank you. Looks like you've noticed the phenomenon I mentioned in the Super White Pill. Are you talking about the whole grifter thing? I mean, I've talked about that before. Like, I've talked about this on stream about grifters in general. And I don't like the word grifter. I really don't, because grifter is overused. And usually people who are calling other people grifters are... It's more projection and just... I don't know. It's like simp in that sense. Where it lost basically all its meaning. It just means person I don't like. Or incel, right? Person I don't like. Nazi, person I don't like. That's what basically grifter has evolved into. Which is unfortunate, because I do think we need a word for people who are doing the song and dance, not because they're genuine believers, but because they want the money and the fame that's behind it. Like Nigel Farage, right? You know, he would be like he would be textbook definition. We have his picture in the fucking dictionary of what a grifter is, in my personal opinion. Because he's very much an establishment shill. But then again, I can't use the word grifter anymore because it's completely been watered down and overused. So, yeah. We have a term, snake oil salesman. We don't need a new one. Yeah, but it's 3 words versus grifter is 1 word. So therefore, it's grifter is shorter and easier to say, and it's more internet slang, versus snake oil salesman is a little bit longer. It's just like one of those things, unfortunately. Scammers, rug pullers, pufter. Oh, we're getting fancy with this one. Say that I'm with it, but yeah, I guess a scammer. But like scammer, I prefer like for Indians in particular. Rug pullers, I'm down for a rug puller. You know what? We should bring rug puller back. Though then again, it probably will turn to the grifter scenario, because that's what happens with any insult. That's what happens with any insult in general. It's if it doesn't get claimed, right? Like chud is supposed to be an insult, but it turned into a symbol of pride. You know, like if it doesn't get turned into a symbol of pride and happiness and turned upon the people who are using it as a weapon, it just gets overused and just means person I don't like, no matter what. And it's just, I think that's just the problem with internet and language in general, because internet just expedites everything like a million times faster. Memes only last like a day. Just news topics die out within fucking hours. Like everything is so fast on the internet that people just forget how time flies. And it's just, I think that's what happens with language. It just gets so overused so quickly that it's just, before you know it, it's done. It's over. It's over. Yeah. And then, thank you, Gus of the Dorks, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, my dude. Hey, Mulhouse, sees Fall Out Boy and watch list. And I thought Twink Link would be the biggest disappointment this stream. Fall Out Equestria. I have been very honest about the fact that my favorite band of all time is Fall Out Boy. Okay? So, deal with it. Also, I'm not even sure why it's in the watch list. I haven't listened to Fall Out Boy. Or really any of the bands. On Amalgamyte, right? I use my, you know, other account for that kind of stuff, the one with the YouTube music on it. Well, I mean, I've done it before in the past. I just don't know why it's like recommended now, because like it's been ages. But I mean, okay, I'm not complaining. I'm not ashamed that I like Fall Out Boy. Okay? Listen, you can take the girl out of the emo phase, but you can't take the emo phase out of the girl. So, yes. And thank you, Maester Mark, for the dollar redo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I meant the part about being more normal, be conservative. Oh, well, that's a fair point there, because I think everyone is actually naturally conservative to it, even women, right? Women can't be based, but I think women can actually be naturally conservative a lot of times because I think they're naturally more left. They're definitely naturally more left leaning than men are because of their emotional, right? So they'll follow the leader, and whatever their husband says is what they're supposed to follow. And if there's no husband there, no strong masculine figurehead, then they're just gonna follow whatever the government says instead, or religion, or whatever the case is. So women will always be more naturally left leaning, but I still think their default is center right, because they're biologically programmed to have kids, and having kids by default makes you more conservative 99.9% of the time, unless you're some like Reddit fucking fedora type an atheist who's been one-shotted by SSRIs. Because you're biologically programmed to have those kids, which is at this point a right-wing act, and then also protect those kids and provide for those kids. And while the protecting and providing is one of the masculine role, the woman still is supposed to be hoarding the resources and the wealth like a dragon for her own kids. And she's supposed to be taking care of them. That's where you get the overprotective Karen and slash mother coming out. Where the dad's supposed to be the fun one, saying that they let the boy climb the tree, versus the mother doesn't want the boy climbing the tree because he might get hurt, right? Those biological pre-programmed instincts in there to help protect the kid as much as possible. And so I do think all people are naturally going back to like words being completely muddied and have no meaning anymore. I'm gonna say right leaning. I don't know if I really want to say conservative, but I guess for the sake of the argument, we'll say conservative, just because of that fact. It's just the modern society has completely skewed it here. They're consensus chasers. They're not naturally left-leaning. You've just only been alive while the left has been in power. Well, that's the kind of the point, though. That's why they're consensus chasers and why they're naturally left-leaning, is because being left-leaning naturally appeals to them because of how much power the left has. They're not willing to play fair. They're not willing to sacrifice anything. They eat their own. It's very much 100% like power dynamics that occurs within the left. And on top of that too, as part of the manipulation tactic, well, they're manipulative, so that affects the woman. But they use emotional arguments first and foremost. Look at that poor brown. Look at that poor brown, crying child being taken away from the mother, and being put in fucking camps. During the first Trump administration. There, isn't that so terrible? Or the poor gays are being persecuted just because they just want to love each other, free love and peace and all that shit. Or trans rights are human rights, and that they're not mentally ill, they're just born in the wrong body. Give them as much HRT as possible, and give them fucking bone cancer and let them schizo out as much as possible, right? They're all very emotional arguments that are being made, which appeals to women because women are just more emotional by default. And so that's why I say they're more left-leaning, because they are more likely to fall for this, which is why women need to be collared and leashed and beaten, because back in the day, and it wasn't even that long ago, mind you, women used to be taken as slaves and raped and then assimilated into the new tribe. While assimilation is mostly a myth when it comes to immigration, when it comes to women, it's completely the truth, because they are, once again, consensus chasers, like you said. And so therefore, they will do whatever the new tribe tells them to do, because that one has all the power. And they're the weaker sex by default. And so they are going to follow whatever is the popular thing. They're going to follow whatever the emotional argument is. They're going to follow whatever makes them feel better and sleep at night, for whatever moral high ground that gives them. And that makes them more left-leaning by default, just for sake of being emotional. Hmm. And it's just they're not loyal, right? So like all the Foids that have been doing like the right-wing shift over the past couple years, I'm not saying they're not genuine. I'm not saying they're grifters once again, right? But it's definitely because it's safe to speak the mind, because there is that political shift that's happening here. Because once again, they are consensus chasers, and I'm well aware that I'm no different in that sense, right? I'm aware I popped up actually technically right before Trump got elected, but like around that same time. So technically, I'm casting the same shadow upon myself, and I'm okay with that, right? Because women are hypocritical, and so I get that, right? I technically should fall within the same umbrella in this case. So they're just remember that women just do whatever's popular and say whatever appeals to men. So there's that factor at hand. The thing is how we do reverse the how do we reverse the damage done on women because they've majorly psyoped? By being the trendsetter, actually. That's it. It's like I said, the Foids that are becoming more right leaning in the past couple years is actually a good sign. I'm not even I'm not saying they're grifters or rug pullers or scammers, whatever language, whatever word when I call them. Because that means there is the popular consensus there. The thing is, you just have to actually keep that power, keep that consensus, and hope that they get married and have kids while the right does have the power, and then the guy will use their MAGA cock on them to keep them mind controlled for the rest of their life. And that's how you unfuck it. You have to use the leftist tactics. You have to use the Gramscian tactics that the left did. Are they shitty? Yes. Is it playing fair? No, not whatsoever. Does it really work within a high trust society? No, it destroys the high trust society. But we don't live in a high trust society anymore. We don't live in a system that actually plays fair with meritocracy or anything like that. We live in a broken down, declining empire at the moment. And the only way to reverse the changes, which I don't think there's a reversal, I think we need to evolve further and move on from it. The only way to do that is to basically use the leftist tactics against them and keep that power. And so therefore, there will be lots of women that will be lost just from how much damage has been done ever since, well, technically before the 60s, but we're gonna put the 60s as the starting point for the sake of the argument because of the civil rights bullshit. Technically it was before then. So basically since the 60s, and it's been unraveling ever since. So there's gonna be a lot of women lost because of how much damage has been done in the past 60 years. But there will be a lot of Foids saved in the process too, and that's a good thing. That should be actually a white pill for everything. I thank you guys to the dorks for the $5 reduce. Thank you, my dude. I'm not asking you to be based. Fall Out Boy is the musical equivalent of male to female HRT. And you need a double bitter taste. Elise, Coheed, and Cambria followed Equestria. Well, too bad. I don't care. I don't care. I'm sure you're probably trolling, but shitting on my music taste is not. Yeah. Like, I am aware I was a Tumblr girl. Here's a little armchair psychology fact. The music that you listen to between the ages of about 12 to 14 basically permanently stick with you for life. Now, obviously there's exceptions, and you can still like music from when you're younger. You can still find music when you're older that you like. You can still maybe look back and kind of cringe some of the music you listen to between those ages. But generally, once again, generally the music you listen to between those ages basically sticks with you for life and are quite formative for your music taste in general. And guess what I was listening to when I was 12 to 14? And you know what? Hey, they're pretty good. They're actually pretty good if you listen past the radio songs, so yeah. So... So, A sexual revolution, its consequences have been a disaster for the void race. True. But it's not even like a woman most affected thing. I think at this point it's the men most affected. Like, obviously, I think women are victims too. Women are 100% victims to what has happened. But to make things worse, they're victims. And then they are turned around to use as weapons against men. And then, so it's like double damage against the men. And I think that's the most tragic thing about that. Because it makes men hate women for good reason. But it's done on purpose. Humans most affected? Yeah. Don't get me wrong, chat. I'm one of the first people to bash women. I hate women with a passion. But I do think it's important to recognize women as victims as well. Because it's important to remember that from the day they're born, they're being taught that they're pretty little princesses that can do whatever they want, that men are evil, men are gross, and men are out there to rape and destroy them, and to not have kids, that kids are painful and hard and gonna ruin their bodies. And you know, they took the whole, you know, pregnancy doll stuff out of the out of high school. You know, they're not actually around other kids, younger kids anymore. They're stuck in fucking literal daycare in this case. And then they get fed from the pipeline of school to college to career, never being actually around kids. The whole entire time they're taught that they can, you know, go and have sex with as many men as possible, you know, free abortions, all that fun stuff. And, like, men don't receive that same message because they're men. Right? It's important to remember. I know I've said this like multiple times, and the phrase important to remember, but like it really is that how men and women are raised are differently, even in an egalitarian striving world like we do. And the message that I received, even though I went to a Catholic school my entire life, okay, right? Like I the preschool I went with Christian, the elementary, middle school, up to high school was all Catholic there, right? I went to church 3 times a fucking week, okay? Like the message I received, even from going from Catholics to Catholic school my entire life, was very loose and liberal compared just a few decades ago. Even with that. And you have all women being taught all this stuff. Yeah, you don't think there's gonna be any consequences about that? Like, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. I'm not trying to say women most affected, because once again, I do think men are most affected in this. But the only way to save the voids is to get control of the discourse and stop this propaganda from attacking them from literally the day they're born. Yeah. So, thank you, Internet Zen, for the 10. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Fall Out Boy is musical HRT. Chat, this chat, stuff that guy in the penis explosion chamber. Now, excuse me while I go back to listening to easygoing sounds of Jimmy Buffett, Ozzy Osbourne, and AC/DC. I mean, I agree. The penis explosion chamber is quite fitting here, right? Like, okay, so to get a little bit off topic of the Floyd thing, but we're gonna go on a little bit of a personal tism of mine, right? Music's very important to me. Music, like, I'm not gonna say I'm an expert at it. I don't know how to deconstruct it and all the technical terms about it. But music in itself is extremely important to me. The emotion behind it and how it makes me feel, the meaning, the lyrics, you know, everything about basically the story of the song is very important to me. And so the music I listen to is quite close to my heart for various reasons. And so, like, so there's that fact there. But because it's important to me, I don't like bashing other people's music taste. Unless it's rap. I will 100% bash your music taste if you like rap. Unless it's like white boy rap, like Eminem or 21 Pilots, okay? But if you actually listen to fucking N-Wash shit, okay, yeah, I'm gonna bash you for that. But other than that, like, I don't like bashing people's music taste because at least in my case, I know how special it is to me. And I've been told by multiple different people that my how I view music and how I think about it and how it makes me feel is actually kind of unique, which is sad to hear. I have a kind of hard time believing that because I don't think I'm that unique, but apparently, according to multiple people, my relationship with music is very abnormal. Supposedly in a good way, but I don't know about that. But I still don't like bashing other people's music tastes because, like I said, like I don't enjoy it when people do it to me, and I get everybody has their preferences. I can be like, okay, yeah, I don't really like that kind of music myself personally, but like in Internet Zen's case, he listens to Ozzy Osbourne. I can respect that. That's more up my alley. Even if I'm not like a big listener of him myself, I just kind of know the radio songs, right? Like it's just, I don't know. It's just something that people like what they know. I like the Epstein Max. Okay, let people enjoy things. And I don't know, music is something that you listen to for background noise or to make you feel better or when you get really sad. Like it's supposed to be an emotional release valve. And bashing it is, in my opinion, really shitty. Unless it's rap. Rap deserves all the criticism as possible. That's the exception here. Even country music. Like, I actually don't mind country music. Do I like modern country? No. I hate how it's just pop music with the twang. But go back to like early 2000s to a country. And I mean, I'm biased because that's what I used to listen to when I was a kid. Because that was what I was raised on. But I mean, I like it. You know? Like, a Christian rock, I kind of find personally cringe myself. But I mean, hey, if it's one, it's rock, so I like that. And then two, I mean, again, if you like your your faith and all that fun stuff is special to you, then sure, go ahead. Like, yeah. And, thank you, Maestro Mark, for the $1 redo. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I listened to Reactionary Rep. I mean, I like 21 Pilots, and I'm no longer gonna be judged for that, but suck my dick. Listen. Oh, I firmly believe, based off the fact that like my own bands I listen to for their radios, people just know them for their radio songs. So the bands that I personally listen to, and I'm like, well, I mean, I like their radio songs, but like they have better songs off the radio on the album, right? So like when people tell me things that the bands that they enjoy, like I recognize there's a difference between radio songs and songs on the album. Like I feel like any genuine music connoisseur can tell that, like, knows that there's like some songs are made specifically to be on the radio because it's supposed to be catchy and upbeat or whatever the case is. They get the normies tapping their heads and all that fun stuff. And then there's the actual songs that the artists are more passionate about that they leave for just for the actual true fans to care about. Here. So I want to keep that in mind when it comes to the bands just in general here. But anyway, the only rap I only listen to is 21 Pilots. So I can't really judge when you say reactionary rap. But if you're talking about like that one guy, what's his name, like Tom or something like that? I mean, hey, sure. Once again, I'm not gonna judge too hard for your music taste. Again, everybody has whatever floats their boat. I still don't like rap though. Here. Thank you, Internet Zen, for the 10. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Fall Out Boy occupies a specific niche like Avenged Sevenfold. That entire era cannot be replicated musically. True. I think the early 2000s emo can never actually be done again. I know a couple people have tried. There was that. Oh my god, what was his name? That horrible fucking white guy. And I'm using. I say white specifically. I'm not trying to be derogatory here, but like he was going back to the whole grifter thing. I would definitely label. That's one of the few people I would guarantee label a grifter, because this guy went through so many different music phases. He did like a bunch of rap stuff, but then that didn't go off. So then he started doing like punk rock shit, and he was just. I hated him. I hated him so much. Anyways, so they try to replicate it, but they're never gonna be Fall Out Boy. They're never gonna be MCR. They're never gonna be Panic at the Disco, right? Like it's just you just can't do that here. Machine Gun Kelly, thank you, chat, for knowing. Okay, of what I'm talking about when I'm talking with some fucking white boy grifter that uses fucking music genres as a skin suit just to get popular. Yeah. Fuck, I hate that guy with a burning passion. How he should stay fucking 20 feet away from my punk rock. I hate him so much. I never even finished your chat. I'm sorry, Internet Zen. Uh, also, 21 Pilots, I remember their song from Suicide Squid Fun, but that's it. See, yeah, Heathens is probably one of my least favorite 21 Pilot songs ever. And I hate that, like, it became a meme song because it's such a shit song. Like, it was made specifically for Suicide Squad, and it's not even good. I remember I came out, and I was, like, super excited to listen to it. It's like, ooh, new 21 Pilot single! I listened to it, and I was just like, oh my god. This is dog shit. And I still think it's dog shit to this day. But 21 Pilots has had a little bit of a fall. They had a little bit of a dip there for a bit, but they've come back in the most recent album. So it's a very much for 21 Pilots thing. It's like the albums go in a release order for tier list, basically. Well, except for the last two ones, and that's where there's a switcheroo that happens there. But like, yeah, it's very much older is better. And thank you, Umbrella Observer, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. Letting people enjoy things has a lot to do with how we got to where we are. They hit propaganda and all the enjoyable modern things. I guess that's fair. That's fair enough. Like, when I say to let people enjoy things, it's a half meme because it's an Epstein meme, and obviously Epstein bad. Okay, I don't think we need to spell it out that Epstein's bad. But I do think like gatekeeping's important when it comes to stuff that you care about. But I also think that we have created a society, right? We live in a society that has killed a lot of passion, right? To be super passionate about something is considered cringe and gay. Which, don't get me wrong, you know, there's lots of things that are cringe and gay out here. But actually enjoying something and being autistically in love with it is kind of looked down upon by normies. Now, in our little circle bubble here of like Warhammer 40k and Hearts of Iron and other little typical male niches within the right-wing side of things, it's not like that bad because you do find communities of similar interests with you. So you don't have to really worry about that exactly. But I would say society as a whole has killed passion because, like, look at the architecture, for example. It's all gray and blocky and depressing. You know, look at any modern art. It's all just, you know, abstract bullshit. No Mona Lisas are being painted anymore, right? Music has obviously degraded significantly. You know, but basically anything of artistic and emotional expression has been completely muted and looked down upon. And you can find genuine expression, you can find genuinely good stuff, but you have to find it on the internet within niches of small independent creators, which isn't like a bad thing, but it's also not celebrated as a society. And I do think that is a blotch upon it. I don't think I'm explaining this very well. I'm sure Sleepy or one of the more articulate people in chat probably can do it for me. But it's, I think aesthetics overall have kind of died in modern society. And tying this back to letting people enjoy things, you know, I do think actually having autistic nerdy passions about things is actually good. It's normal. It's healthy to actually like stuff and be excited about things. And you shouldn't really, unless it's like really bad for you, right? Right, unless it's really childish, which even then I feel like the definition of what's childish these days is very loose depending on who you talk to. It's it's very demotivating and killing when you get shit on for things that you like. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes that whatsoever. Whether that be your Warhammer 40k, my Fallout boy, if you're a car guy collecting old junky cars, you know, or I don't know, woodworking. I'm trying to think of other like little niche hobbies that exist out there. It's not fun being shit on for things that you enjoy whatsoever. Didn't Sargon do a video on that? Probably. I mean, Sargon has talked about a lot of things. I know Josh and Lotus Eaters has talked about the losing aesthetics throughout the years in modern society. That's old Lotus Eaters topics though. I think he did like some sort of special on it. Also, my apologies, Useless Rabbit, for missing your super chat. Thank you. Sorry once again for missing it earlier. Thank you for the $2 You should play an instrument. That's actually a fun little fact about me, is that I can't, but I can. Behind me, I actually have an acoustic guitar, an electric guitar, a keyboard, and a ukulele. And I don't know how to play any of them. I used to be able to play guitar, but like really basic bitch guitar. I even did a little miniature concert in my middle school. Actually, I played Time of Your Life by Green Day. Good riddance. But like that's like 3 fucking chords right there. Very easy shit. It was for some sort of thing. I don't know. I forget what it was, but I was really close with my librarian there, because I lived in that library. And I didn't really have many friends, and I got along with the teachers a lot better than my fellow peers. But she actually kind of taught me how to play guitar for a little bit. But I can do the C chord. I can do the D chord. You know, I can do A. You know, I can do a G. And that's basically it. That's all I really remember. But you know, I love music. And I've dabbled in trying to making it before multiple times. But as soon as I hit a wall, which is very early on in the process where you're learning, I just immediately get demotivated and I quit. But that's a more of a personal issue of mine that I've never been able to get over. Another fellow ukulele enthusiast. Yeah, I was on a trip with my sister. I forget where we went. Okay, I don't really forget where we went. I remember where we went, but I'm not gonna say. Years ago. And this is back when I was getting 21 Pilots. And they have a couple ukulele songs. And it was kind of popular to have a ukulele at the time. It was very much like hipster Tumblr thing. And I thought it was kind of cringe. But I also kind of find ukuleles cute. And I saw this really pretty ukulele on the trip. And she got it for me as a gift. So I was very happy about that, even though I've never really played it much. Yeah. Oh, God damn it. So, thank you, Useless Rabbit, for the $2 dues. Thank you. Amalgamyte glowing 3D concert confirmed. No, I did a little mini concert, like for Christmas last year, where I played the keyboard. It was actually 21 Pilots song that I played, and I did some karaoke. I did that last year for Christmas. I wasn't really good for either of those. I practiced for like a month and a half for the keyboard performance, and I still fucked up. I was so nervous. The karaoke was fun. I'm still not like a great singer. I'm not professional or anything like that. I don't have the proper things set up on OBS and all that fun stuff to like sing and like, so, you know. But like, you know, it was still fun to do. So, like I said, I like music a lot. Actually, like is not a strong enough word. Love. I am genuinely passionate about music. I could yap about it for ages. Like, actually, speaking of yapping about it for ages, one thing I would love to do, but I can't because of copyright, is take songs that I feel like are not understood or underappreciated and actually like deconstruct them and talk about them from a more lyrical and melody standpoint. Do I know the terminology for that kind of stuff? No, but I do know the emotions behind it, and I do know the meaning, and I feel like that's, I don't know, something I could possibly do, but I can't do that because of copyright problems. One song in particular, I know if I ever were to do something like that, the first song I would ever do would be a video killed the radio star. That would be like, I was actually listening to this song today and thinking about this. That would be the first song I would do, because that song, I feel like nobody understands how foreboding and evil that song is. It's like, it's covered up by the happy upbeat tune, like video killed the radio star, video killed the radio star, and it's like everybody hears the happy 80s upbeat tune and don't actually realize how fucking depressing the song is, and how just inherently evil, just like genuinely evil that song is. And I would like to make like some sort of like live stream / video, just fucking autistically going through line by line and melody by melody, like deconstructing it. Make that point very clear. So, there's a channel, 12 Tone that does it. I'm sure I'm sure people have already do it, but like, I actually want to play the song in the video. There's no way the copyright gods would allow me to do so. I'm not gonna be able to pay the copyright fees or anything like that. Like, because I think that the melody is like, lyrics are very important, obviously, but the melody is also essential to the tone and emotion of the song. And when it comes to Video Kill the Radio Star, that is very clear. Going from the happy upbeat like video killed the radio star to the old fashioned, because like I said, I don't know the terms of this kind of stuff. So that's something that you have to learn or just kind of skip over. But like, then switching to the guy singing and the kind of like the broken you know, kind of the filter on his voice to be like a 50s radio. And then the tone change and the song when that happens too. Oh, as he's like reminiscing on the old days. Oh my fucking god. That packs a fucking punch if you actually pay attention to it or care about these kind of things. So but I can't, I don't think I can do that with copyright. And I don't know if anybody would really care. But it's definitely something that I would like to do. I don't like, it'll only be for like a few songs, because like, I have to be careful about any songs that I like, because the songs that I like are really close to me, and so like, I would be ousting myself too much if I do too many songs that I like really like. But maybe for like songs that are well-known popular songs that I also still like, but I feel like people just listen to it and be like, oh, it's a happy, cheery song, blah, 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 blah. And then they hear that the lyrics are like completely something fucked up and different. And thank you, the Umbrella Observer for the $2 dues. Thank you. Start listening to more Baroque classical music. I'm not against it. I like classical music, but it's not something I listen to, like, just on my own. I do listen to a lot of instrumental music, but it's only from Adam Young, aka Owl City. He has a bunch of instrumental discography that is absolutely gorgeous, and it's very much trying to play the whole classical stuff. Well, I guess there's a lot of modern twists with it too, depending on which discography you're listening to. But I basically, that's my classical music, and I'm happy with it. Thank you, Temp, for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, raiders. Mods, if you could shout him out, that'd be greatly appreciated. They take care of the dog right here. You know, don't shock him, give him lots of head pats. He's been a good doggo recently. With massive fucking tits. But thank you, Temp, for the raid, and welcome in, raiders. I'm supposed to be playing Wind Waker today, but I've been yapping. I was going to do some React Slop before playing Wind Waker, but I've literally just been yapping. We have not even started a single video yet. I've just been sitting here yapping for like an hour. I should probably react to the video. Yeah. But first off, Internet Zen, thank you for the $5 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't get me started on Pumped Up Kicks. Oh yeah, I mean that's a Gunner classic song that I think a lot of people. See, the thing is, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people know Pumped Up Kicks is actually a really fucked up song. It's about school shootings. I feel like it's like one of those like, here's a fun fact about the song, and then like everybody like already knows that fun fact. But maybe it's forgotten because Pumped Up Kicks hasn't been popular in like, well, 15 years at this point. Foster People is actually underappreciated. Are they one of my favorite bands? No. But the album that Pumped Up Kicks comes from, Torches, is really good. Actually, I think Pumped Up Kicks is one of the weaker songs off the album, in my personal opinion. And then their second album's kind of eh. They got a few good songs on the second album, but it's nothing to write home about. Their third album though, Sacred Hearts Club, is great. I do really like Sacred Hearts Club a lot. Is it as good as the first album? No, but it's pretty close up there. It's pretty close up there. So Foster People is a good mediocre band, I'd probably say. Like they're pretty decent. Something I listen to on occasion. Life on the Nickel. Life on the Nickel is one of my favorite fucking songs off that album. That and Helena Beat. And Houdini. Those are my 3 favorite songs off Torches. Is literally Life on the Nickel, Helena Beat, and Houdini. But not in that order. I actually don't know what order I would put it in. I would have to think about what order, because like, it's one thing to say is my favorites, another thing to actually put it in order, because it's like, damn, but this song's really good, but like, this song's also really good. Fuck! Goddamn. No, I thank you, the Iron Forcer, for the $1 do on Rumble, and he with the message $1 do. So thank you for the $1 do. Good. And thank you, Thor Akiban, for the $20. Oh my god, 20 fucking shekels. Thank you. Thank you for the 20 fucking shekels for this yapping stream so far. Goal reached. Yes, we have hit the goal. And, Kick Bros decide the YouTube goal because they're kickas. And the Kick Bros decided that it would be the stinky outfit today. So I will... That's not the... There we go. Here's the stinky outfit. There we go. I thank you, Internet Zen Master, for the $2 dues. Thank you. And there's Sublime. If you know, you know. I know the song, but I don't think I like this. Like, I don't really like the song too much. Like, I don't know. I never really listened to it. But that's probably a good example, right? Right? Like, people, like, listening to the radio songs, not actually that paying attention to the lyrics. And then, like, once you do, and it actually hits you. So, I probably did that with Sublime. But I don't think I ever really was, like, that interested in the song itself. So, that's probably why. That is probably why. Hold on, let me... So I'm listening to, like, the first little bit of it just to kind of refresh my memory. A bit. Sorry, I know I should be yapping, but I'm listening instead. Yeah, I don't like Sublime that much, honestly. It's too much like a weed band. In my opinion. I know I'm judging based off the radio songs. So I could be completely off. Here. So my apologies. But like, based off the radio songs, I always got the weed vibe off of them. Like the chilled, kind of laid back, like smoke. You know, I just never cared for that kind of vibe myself personally. So, I thank you, Heritage Foggy Lantern, for the 100 warp tokens. Thank you. Anyways, chat. So you know how at the beginning, I said that I was gonna have to pee a lot because of the gamer subs. I was gonna evolve into the Piss Queen. Well, the Piss Queen has evolved. So, I'm I'm finally gonna get to the React videos, because, you know, I wonder how much Wind Waker we're actually gonna play tonight. But I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll finally get to the React Sloppa. So BRB, I think I'm done yapping at the moment, okay? Okay? For now. But I saw somebody bring up 99 Luft Balloons, and I want to yap about that, but I'm gonna go pee first, and then maybe I'll reset. Anyway, BRB in 2 minutes. There we go. Buttons. Buttons to press. Anyway, I'm back, chat. Hope you didn't miss me too much. I was sitting on my throne, ordering the spiders around to get the ants and whatever fucking flies are in this house. Because I haven't vacuumed in 50 years. Anyways. And thank you, Internet Zen, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. No, weed rock band describes the sound of Sublime pretty well. Okay. I'm glad I got that right judgment call. 'Cause like I said, I do feel bad for judging people's music tastes, especially based off radio songs. I do recognize a radio song different from an album, right? But yeah, weed rock band is not my kind of music. Like, it's not the worst, right? I'll take that over rap, but like, I personally don't care for it myself. I like more punk rock, emo rock, or classic rock, that kind of stuff. When it comes to rock in particular, alt rock. So something basically early 2000s. If you can't tell by the Fall Out Boy that started the whole conversation to begin with. So, anyways, I'm supposed to do some React Slop up before we get the Wind Waker tonight. And I was like, I'm only gonna use half a stream, and then I'll go over the Wind Waker, because I know, I like Wind Waker. I want to play more Wind Waker. And we're almost to half a stream, and we haven't talked a video. So, let's get to it. I talked about this earlier, but as a little recap, because it's been on the screen for like ages now. I saw this Remnant video. It looked funny based off the thumbnail. especially because of the Blair White thing. But I'll explain the Blair White stuff in a second. But I'm assuming she'll pop up here. But I was like, I don't know. A Remnant talks about a lot. Like, we did the whole grifter talk earlier. I'm not gonna rehash that, but I do like how Remnant does kind of call out these people to a certain degree on what actually conservatism is, because while I don't think we need complete clearing of the camps just yet, right? I don't think we have enough cultural power, even though we're building it. I still think that even though I don't like how big the right has become as a tent, right? I don't like having people who don't like woke stuff being considered part of the right, but still want welfare and foreign wars and, you know, gay rights and all that fun stuff. I don't really want them in the whole right wing camp. But I also don't think we have enough power yet to purge, like the left does. However, I do think we should call out the problems at the same time, so we don't have even bigger problems coming out later. So, anyways, that's my little preface. That's my little preface before we get to the video. Now let's actually watch it.
Hi, I'm Dennis Prager, and today we're talking about DEI. DEI is where the woke left has argued that race, sexual orientation, and whatever else the woke left decides to make up should play a role in deciding who gets hired, which is all wrong. Focusing on what? New hires. What are they like? There's a black woman. Oh my goodness, you found an actual black conservative woman?
Oh my god, I haven't paid attention to PragerU in like 10 plus years. I never really got into their content because I felt very fake. I felt like very too establishment for it. But I know it's kind of the point, right? They saw the success of Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and they kind of wanted in on it because we're talking way back when Ben Shapiro was like the big conservative pundit at the time. And I just felt too cookie cutter for a lot of things. I just and too, like, I don't want to say Christian because I know it's gonna piss some people off. I don't mean the religious aspect itself is bad, but it feels more of like performative Christianity, right? Once again going into grifters and performatism that we talked about earlier in stream. Uh, for stuff. I just never really cared for them. But one thing I've never liked, okay, even back when I wasn't as racist as I am today, one thing I never fucking liked was the whole, oh my god, we have a black, we have a N-Watt that's conservative, we have our own Candace Owens. Oh my god, we actually found a black that's off the Democrat plantation. Look at us, aren't we so cool? You know, surely, if there's one blackie, one little animal, one little slave that's been taken off and sold out for freedom, you know, surely there's other ones out there that are just as base. So we need to appeal to the black vote just for that reason here. I never liked that. I always like when Candace Owens popped up, especially with her history with that doxing website, the leftist doxing website, and then the Daily Wire took her in as the based black. Ow, that hurt my throat. Based black woman. Yeah, I was just gonna like, I just rolled my eyes like, okay, whatever. Like, I'm not racist, but I mean, I guess I was kind of racist at that point, but nowhere near to the same extent that I am today. But I'm just gonna like, this once again feels performative. It feels fake. Like you found the one good one. You found the one good darky here, and you want to hold it up like a fucking trophy, being like, "Look how cool we are. We have the one black one good black." Okay, what about the rest of them? Over 90% of them still vote Democrat. You're not solving the problem here.
To speak for us? Forget those other boring white men. Hire her immediately. Anyways, to uphold our traditional American values is to reject the woke obsession with DEI. All of that is leftist virtue signaling. Oh, again? Yes, someone even better? What are they like? Black gay man. Oh my god. A homosexual.
I feel like I'm going to get monkeypox and AIDS just by looking at him. Like, I am uncomfortable. This very flamboyant Enwa is walking up to me like he knows me in a robe, and I feel like I'm gonna get molested. And not in the good way. Mainly because he's black and homosexual. But still, yeah, yeah, this is. What, and but apparently PragerU hired this guy? Really? I mean, I don't think anybody, like, does anybody watch PragerU anymore? Because, like, they never really were able to take off, like, the Daily Wire back in the day, but they still had a little bit of a touchstone, right? They still got a little bit of momentum on there. But does anybody actually legitimately watch them? Because I feel like they kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm coming from my bias and my Sargon bubble, but I feel like they never really got very far. Who is actually taking PragerU seriously? Especially when they have a flamboyant black British cigarette here. uh, he's just a poor oppressed boy who didn't do nothing. Clearly. Me, POV, me getting to know my liberal roommate in LA. So he's gonna rape his liberal roommate? Because that's what I feel like is happening here. Like, he's walking up to him in a robe and looking at him with those eyes that are slightly off centered and that wide nose. I feel like the baboon is going to establish some weird sexual dance dominance here, and I don't like it. I don't like this at all.
Black man? Hire him immediately. We can finally use this black man and prove the left are the real homophobes. Anyways, we at PragerU stand for true American values. While the left continues to spiral out of control, we say no. And we will continue to stand by our traditional values, such as gay sex. Wait, what? How would you describe them? A transgender woman who claims to be a Christian? Absolutely genius. Hire that queen immediately. Anyways, let me ask you, dear viewer, what does...
Hold on, wait a second. When did Blair White join PragerU? Because, so here's a little fun factoid about me. I used to actually really like Blair White a lot back in the day. Uh, like, I used to watch her stuff all the time. And yes, she's one of the few trannies that I would actually probably use the proper pronouns for. Well, I shouldn't say proper pronouns, the respected pronouns there, right? Like, I recognize that he's a dude, right? I do kind of go back and forth between them technically, because I don't honestly I don't care that much. I really don't care that much. Um, like, I obviously he's still a dude, but like I respected Blair because from the very start, way before the trans nonsense really started blowing off in 2020, because it was already heading that direction back in like 2016, right? But like she was already talking about the problems with the trans community, and she's been very straightforward from the very get go that she's biologically a man and she'll never actually be a woman. And like if you're a tranny that like understands that, then I can actually respect you more. A lot more. I know that sounds a little bit heretical coming from me here, but like at least they're not like obviously there's something wrong, right? And that's another thing about Blair White that I liked was the fact that she recognized that it is a mental illness and that getting your bits chopped off is not the solution, right? Like there's something wrong with the brain that's happening there, and they need psychiatric help and research. And she was advocating for that once again since the beginning, to try to figure out what's actually wrong with transgender people, which I don't know how much I want my tax dollars to be going to something that happens to 0.01% of the population, like legit. Was once again, because being a tranny, being a legit tranny, is an actual real medical condition that was in the DSM before the new version came out. But that's only affects like 0.01% of the population, and it's mostly men to women, very rarely females to males. Uh, and so there's something kind of happening there. It's only become more popular thanks to autogynephilia. And then when it comes to when it comes to females to males, it's mostly because they got raped and abused as a kid. Uh, so like that's autogynephilia is completely different than actual real transgenderism there, which I do think Blair White has legit actual transsexualism. So like I can, like I said, I can respect it more. All right, I can respect that a lot more. And she's always been a big fan of like Alex Jones and conspiracy theories, like the Bohemian Grove kind of stuff. She was very anti-COVID and anti-vax back when that was all happening. Like she's actually been pretty consistent with with all the points for a very long time. I don't actually consider her a grifter. Now, is the trans being a tranny a kind of a problem? I mean, yes, right? Like it'd be nice if she wasn't, right? It actually was just a regular dude. But like I said, I do think it's a case of legit actual transsexualism, and that's a mental disorder, and you can't just wish it and pray it away, right? Like actually having someone advocating for that is actually not like a bad thing if it's legit. It's just the thing is, it's never legit these days. Mm. So yeah. uh, Now one of the good ones was the exact argument you fought earlier, but now you're making an exception now. Because the thing is, there's always going to be exceptions. There's no matter whatever the case is, there's always going to be exceptions for it, right? The 0.1% of whatever their group is, and so you can recognize the exceptions and point them out. So like in this case, I do think Blair is actually one of the exceptions. It's just that it took years of watching her content to actually kind of make that decision. Do I like trannies because there's one exception of Blair White? No, I don't like trannies just because just because I'm okay with Blair White. You know? Like that I'm not I if I have to cast Blair White into the abyss to get rid of transgenderism, or then I will do so, right? I don't like the exception to the rule argument when it's always like, actually, didn't you know that I know this one really cool base black guy, and so therefore, you shouldn't say T and D, or you shouldn't say the N word, or you shouldn't, and it's just like all that fun stuff, right? You should still try to get the black vote. Like, no, just because you know the exception doesn't mean that you should make a pass for everybody else. Like, I might be making an exception for Blair, but I'm not making a pass for everybody else. And if I had to, like I said, if I had to throw Blair in the abyss to get rid of the problem, then I would, right? I'm not trying to make a pass for everybody just because I think Blair actually is the exception, right? The exception, if anything, proves the rule. Like, here. So, like that's the point that I'm making, and I'm gonna press X to doubt for those exceptions until until I'm like verified with my own eyes. That's the case, because I'm sure there are base black people, right? I'm sure there's actually, well, women can't be based, but let's say it's close to base as possible for women, right? I'm sure there's like okay gays out there, right? Like I know there's exceptions to them, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna be like excusing all of them. Like I'm not gonna let the 99% of fucking terrible people just like havoc on society for that 1%. I'm just saying, like it's just I feel like I am still being consistent here for my points. It's just that this is the one time that I actually think someone's an exception, because it's so rare that I actually do think somebody's a legit exception here. Like I I feel like there's a difference here. Judge collectively, judge individuals individually. Yes, that's enough. I don't think I preach this enough, and maybe that's a fault of my own, in my case. But like, I don't believe it or not, Chad. As you know, lazy, racist, and woman hating, and all that fun stuff that I am. When it comes to individuals, if they're nice to me, I'm nice to them. That's the rule that I go by. Even if I disagree with their lifestyle of being gay or trans, even if they're black, even if they're even dare say a woman, right? Like, if they're nice to me, even if I don't really like what they are and what they believe in, I'm still at the very least going to be cordial with them. It's called like being like just a I don't know, just not being a dickhead. Right? Like I'm not gonna change my opinions on blacks and gays and women, just because I am nice and cordial with one person here. But I'm not gonna be like I'm not gonna do a tone fucking switch there. But I'm also not gonna be preaching to them about how they need to die and go to hell or something like that when I'm talking to them just because of that factor either. Uh, so uh Sorry for causing a tangent, chat. No, you're fine. Cause I do think like you're honestly you did a good job calling me out because I did need to clarify that. I like you like chat. You should call me out for legit points like this where you think I'm not being consistent because either I'm just not being consistent because I'm a woman or I'm not explaining myself clearly. And and so therefore I need to be able to like, clarify some things there. So in this case, I hope I made some sense on my thought process for things, right? Well, once again, I can recognize exceptions but not make a pass for the 99% that are not the exceptions because I did find that one exception here, right? Like it's uh like I feel like that's a reasonable point to take on things. But maybe that's just me and I'm biased. The problem is you're conflating blacks or race with transgenderism, something that's far less natural. Um, I mean that's a fair point. Because like I think I guess it depends on what you're talking about transgenderism because it goes back to the fact like the modern day transgenderism is just autogynephilia. It's just guys that get off on being pretending to be a woman. That's it. But if you're talking about real transgenderism, the mental illness that takes like 0.001% of the population, then like like I guess suddenly being a fetish is kind of natural, depending on your definition of natural, which I don't think that's your definition of natural there. But yeah, I get but I get what you're trying to say, right? A race is a big, massive group of people versus a very extremely small subsection of things. And for the record, right? Once again, even for the ones that are point 0 or 0.01% that are I think are legit real with actual real transgenderism, they are such a small, tiny part of the population that I actually, once again, I really don't care about them. I'm still not going to sacrifice the 0.99% because of those, right? I want to call it out and make it clear that I think it's a mental illness. I do think that because of modern transgenderism has become such a issue that we forget that like a lot of people forget, I should say, that there's actual real transgenderism, but it's not a hill that I'm gonna die on about. Like it's a very rare mental illness that one in like 10,000 fucking people have. Okay, one in 100,000. I don't know the exact statistic off my head, but it's a very rare thing. I really don't care about that one person. I really do not care about that one person whatsoever that has it. So I want to make points where I feel like they're valid, but it's not doesn't mean that I'm passionate about that either. If that also makes sense here, you know? So, yeah. Well, race is a mutable characteristic. I mean, I guess it depends on You could technically say that about like a severe mental illness like transgenderism, like a once again legit ones, because we don't have an actual cure for it. So there's not anything you can change about it. So therefore, it is immutable. You can technically be a little bit pedantic about it if you really wanted to. But once again, I'm not gonna die on that hill because I understand race affecting millions of people versus the one person affected with real transgenderism is a vastly different topics here. Vastly different topics here. Which is this is why that gays and trannies, well, gays in particular, trannies are like I have a totem pole, right? I have a list, right? A tier list of issues that I care about from most to least, and what race and immigration is like top. Right? That's my biggest thing. Is dealing with the fucking brown noids. That's my biggest concern by far. Right? And then like women, and then we get to the trannies. Okay? There's probably a few people in between. There's probably a few other different topics in between with all of them, right? So then we got the trannies, and then the gays are like basically down at the bottom because if they're gonna have their fucking AIDS orgies by themselves, I don't really fucking care about them existing. They can get AIDS and die alone as it is. Like I literally don't care. Just don't give me the AIDS. Okay? Like, is it disgusting? Yes. Do I want your pride parades? No. But the trainees are a bigger concern because they're the ones more explicitly grooming children and shooting up schools and all that fun stuff that goes along with it. But it's still not my main issue that I care about a lot. And any and any sane society they be fringe background population that nobody talked about. Yes. I would agree with that. They would just see the one legit transgender person like Blair White. I think she's a freak. And then just kind of move on. Because that's what it should be. Is it? Like, no. Like I said, not trying to be super mean to her because, like, I don't actually think she's that bad. Minus the fact that apparently she's associated with PragerU. That puts a really nasty pill in my mouth. My but yes, is abnormal and it shouldn't be normalized and it should be heavily criticized and disowned. So,
Does it mean to be an American? Contrary to what you may think, it actually has nothing to do with the stupid things like your heritage, your culture, your history, or people. All of those things can simply be imported from a different country. What makes you an American is simply identifying as one and having a piece of paper that reaffirms it.
Wait a minute, isn't that the exact same logic the left uses to define what a woman is?
You shut your stupid whore mouth right now!
damn. I wonder did PragerU do something recently? Is that why Remnant made this video? Or is he just like taking the piss out of PragerU because it's PragerU and it's easy to take the piss out of it.
Identifying.
It's funny. It's funny to do so. PragerU is right in economics only. I mean, as far as I'm aware from the very get-go, they're very Judeo-Christian. You know, I remember that being a big complaint about them from the very beginning about how subversive they actually were. And I'm like, yeah, I think I'm gonna stay away from that. All that yapping to get through a 3-minute video. Well, the whole tranny topic kind of snowballed from there. So I wasn't expecting it to be that long. But I understand it's a really divisive subject. And remember chat, one thing I have been consistent on is the fact that women can't be based. And so there we go. We can chalk this up to one of my, woman not based moments here. Probably did it because funny. Well, I mean, it is funny. Pissing on PragerU is a pretty good thing. They should be ostracized as much as possible. Though apparently, like a bunch of normies watch them. I don't. Let me look up PragerU now because I'm kind of curious. Like to number read. I want to say the other word, but that's bad. Is kind of a bad thing to do. But they have, let's see, 3.5 million subscribers. Okay, I was like, damn, that's That's bad. The 550 views was an hour ago, but still, for 3.5 million subscribers for an upload from an hour ago on a Saturday night, that is not a good look for them. Let's see, 25,000 views from a day-old video. That's not good. Okay, this we're doing better. Heth Higgins on why strong women never need to declare a war and meant to succeed. I mean, I agree with that statement on the surface value, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna agree with the rest of the video. Oh, that's bad. That's not good. That's horrible. Okay, so they're kind of hit and miss for view wise. They're very yo-yo-ish. I mean, some of them do very well, some of them don't do well for the amount of subscribers they have. So okay, so they're relatively normie safe still after all this time. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, on one hand, going back to the fact, like I said earlier, waking up normies to certain issues is actually a good thing, even if it requires people that are not the most genuine and not the most altruistic about things to do so. But if they can at least get the message to start red pilling in the first place, that's at least a good thing, right? Like going from, I guess, the jihad from within, like the Muslim problem is actually something that should be addressed, even in America. Everyone wants to focus on about the Muslims in Britain, but we need to talk about the Muslims in America too, because we have way too big a population. Or like the Fauci stuff, that's good. Even though it's all just a fucking sham trial. You know, who profits from selling women victimhood? That's a good thing too. Like to talk about, cause getting women out of the workforce, which I hope that's probably it. It's probably not because these are women in the workforce talking, but something along those lines. But at the same time, discrediting them and mocking them is not exactly a bad thing either, because once again, people should be pushed for their rights, not just allowed to accept the regular norm. Hmm. Normie safe. They had a video justifying total Palestinian death at one point. Well, that's because they're ran by the long nose tribe, and that is kind of normie safe, depending on how boomer you are. Like if you're a boomer, then they're gonna like it. And that's borderline normie safe because boomers like to watch this kind of content just in general. Uh so that is that's going to fit normie safe for me because the boomers love Israel and they hate Palestine. Any younger than that, they're going to have mutual assured destruction. Hmm. Here. Okay, that is was 1 out of 2 React Sloppa done. I wanted to do 2 React Sloppas tonight because I want to do React Sloppa. Um, Now the question is, which one should I do, chat? Mods, if you're alive, can we do a poll on Kick and YouTube? Or at least just Kick? Home math, marriage, Mentis ways about communism, or communists, I should say, communists specifically, or basic logic and democracy. All of them? I would like to play Wind Waker at least a little bit tonight, so we're not gonna do all of them. Plus, I feel like a whole stream of reacts is just like lazy content. I know I did a lot of yapping. But like a whole stream of reacts, that's just yeah, I have opinions about that. I that's not something I personally like to do from my own moral standpoint. Typical queen can't dictate for herself. True. True. I can't make a decision to save my life. 3 big balls? If you have 3 big balls, I feel like you need to go see a doctor. But hey, 2, if 2 is nice. So, what's the result so far? It looks like basic and home math are winning. Okay, so we got the basic logic, which is democracy. or whole math and marriage? Or do you want woman bashing or do you want democracy bashing? Is the question really. Oh, and thank you for putting the poll up on YouTube so the YouTube bros can actually have a say. Sorry, Rumble Bros, you're in the cuck chair as usual. I think you I think you're used to it at this point. Both are good? Excuse me. Democracy bashing is always fun. That's gonna have to make me think more. I don't wanna think, no. Home math is too much on the black pill and voids. Understandable. But voids. um Good, basic, and hoe or math are always good. Fair enough. I mean, Um, I know basic logic and home math are liked on this channel. I know Minta's Wave is not so much liked within the community, which is fine. Right? I don't. Well, listen, I'm a simple Floyd. I will do what the men ask me to do. If you don't like Minta's Wave, we won't do Minta's Wave. It ain't that deep. But I do like home math a lot, personally myself. And then basic logic is, I don't know, like I've watched a couple of videos. I feel like I have a hard time commentating on them though because they are simplistic, but also a lot more in depth at the same time. But that might just be a me thing. Yeah. Let's see. I love the shit of democracy. Yeah, that's true. It's alright. I haven't done much thinking that anyway. Mood. Oh, god damn it. Let's see. On YouTube side of things, looks like home math is winning. And then on Kick side of things, looks like home math is also winning. Not by much though on Kick side. So right now it's looking like a home math thing. Uh, React to the second video and you're up next. Oh, my own stream. I don't like having my own stream and recommended. That feels really
I have a
weird.
question for the men.
There we go. Be gone. Be gone. Be gone. Thought. Floyd, go away. Spike my cortisol a different day. Goddamn. That's fine. Can we do both though? Okay. Maybe we'll do both if there's enough time. Like I said, I do want to play Wind Waker tonight. I do want to play Wind Waker tonight. Okay, listen. I want let me sing the songs of my people and sail my seas. uh, I just it's less that I don't want to do React content. Well, I don't want to do React content. It's less that like I don't like yapping and reacting because I do like yapping and reacting. It's more my own moral stance on React content in general. Because I find React content lazy. And I don't mind doing it like sometimes for my own personal videos because I'm an ethos at the end of the day. But when for my own personal stance on how I want to do my own content, I feel like React just making just pure React content is not the most, how do I say this properly? I don't mean to bash people who do just do pure React content, right? Like you do you. You know, let people enjoy things once again, you know. Whatever. But for my own personal sake, I feel like just pure React content is lazy. And React content in general is borderline stealing content. You have to yap enough to make up for it, right? My own stance I have, like my own like rule that I have is that any React video that I do, it needs to be twice as long as the original video. So in this case, it's like it's basically a 10-minute video. Like I kind of round up. So if this is a 10-minute video, then the video that I make out of it needs to be 20 minutes. Because that's I feel like the most fair and reasonable thing. If it's less than half, then I feel like I've stolen that content and I don't like that. That's my personal fucking uh problem that I have with it myself. Hmm. So let's see. Kick Pull has ended with whole math, and YouTube Pro has also ended with whole math. That's not that surprising based off how things were going. But thank you, Mutz. Thank you, Mutz, for doing the poll for me. I greatly appreciate it as I'm yapping here. Oh. So, we'll do the whole math one. I mean, hey, you guys really go into the basic logic one too? So, you mean, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that here. Okay. This is a 2-year-old video, but it popped on my For You page, and I was just like, well, I'm sure it still applies 2 years later, because not like the dating scene's got any better. It's probably gotten worse, if we're being honest. So, let's do some good old Floyd bashing.
I have a question for the men. Do you guys still want to get married?
I think what you're asking is, do you want to be married? And I think that a lot of men would say, yes, I do want a partner to spend my life with. But when you say, do you want to get married? I'm not sure if you're keeping in mind all these extra steps that come before and the possible ones after. Here's a guy living in a cardboard box with his ex-wife in his house with other men. You have to keep in mind that happens with roughly 1/3 of new marriages, and that's only for the men who have the opportunity to get married, which is contingent upon a bunch of steps that have changed quite a bit over the years. So
I definitely want to play Wind Waker now, because this is like black pilling content. Which, like, that's expected from whole math. Like I said, I like him a lot. Um, he was banned on Twitter for like a few months, and I was really sad because I like his tweets a lot. He's very very wild and extreme over there, and I am not surprised whatsoever he got banned. Especially because he's going a little bit psycho. I mean, he's literally rebranding the psycho math these days. But it's definitely really black pilling content, to say the least. Well, when it comes down to it, because it's unfortunately marriage rates are in the toilet. I can't remember the statistic off my head, so take this with a grain of salt. But I think it's like 30. I know like 30 some percent of women want to get married these days, and like 60% of men want to get married. So it's literally half. And then that's the getting the married part, right? And he, like you said, the extra steps in between before they even get the marriage part in the first place, and actually getting the girl. I hear nothing but horror stories every single day that I'm on Twitter about how bad the dating scene and how bad Hinge is, or Plenty of Fish, or Bumble, or any of these like dating apps are in general, and Foids and all these things, and it's just like, fuck, man. This is why I advocate for white rape. Just go out and rape a Floyd. Just do caveman style, beat her over the head, and just drag her back to the cave, and then have plenty of kids with her that way. And that seems like the most effective way around it.
in order to get married, you have to date, and in order to date, you have to work and make money, and in order to work and make money, you have to go to school, and men have been facing a lot of new difficulties in all of these areas over the last few decades. So, do I want to have a partner? Yes. But do I want to go through all of this again? Not right now. So,
I mean, when it comes to the school part, once you get over it, you're basically done, as long as you didn't kind of fuck it up, right? Like, you're mandatory to go through middle school and high school, and then depending if you go to college or trades will affect your life. But as long as you pick, if you go to college, which is what a lot of guys do, as long as you pick a relatively good degree and play your cards right, you should, well, ideally, right, in an ideal perfect society, you would be able to get a job. It's where the work part comes in. The work part is the hard part with DEI being implemented. And then also now the problem, well, not just now, it's been a problem the entire time, but more people have been realizing it with the H-1Bs and visas in general. Because keep in mind, chat, when I say H-1Bs, I mean all visas. Because there's the L1, there's the O1, there's the J1, there's also like a J2. There's two versions of like every single one of them, so some sort of degree. There's a student visa, which a lot of Indians do get a student visa over here and then transfer that over to like I think the J, or is it then it turns into the L, and then it gets into the H1B. Like there's a whole fucking visa scam this way. Um, and then that's just like with the Indians targeting specifically when it comes to it. But then you also have travel visas, which is just how illegals come in from Eastern Europe in particular, which I know they're not like the biggest problem of all the illegals and immigrants in general, but it's a very popular illegal way to come in is get a travel visa, hop in New York City, and then be like, oh, I'm just here to see the Big Apple and Statue of Liberty, get the stamp, your head on your way, and then you just never leave. You just go into the alcove of whatever fucking my the group of miscreants that you live with in New York City, and then get an under the table job there until eventually you can actually find a real job that can actually give you a work visa. And then you have, once again, a work visa here. So that's why I say that, like, all the visas need to kind of go. And that's causing problems in the workforce. And then, of course, the illegals are, stealing the jobs and the welfare and all that fun stuff. Like, the workforce is not made for men whatsoever, not for white men anymore. And women want money, and that's why they want to make so much money. But they want a man who makes more than them. But when they're making the $200,000 a year, they want a man that makes $300,000 a year, and that's just not realistic. That's just not realistic whatsoever. All for working in Jew daycare. The cards are definitely not in men's favor, unfortunately.
You want to get married, you have to date, you want to date, you have to work, you want to work, you have to go to school. This is where a lot of male problems begin. I'm not saying that schoolgirls have it easy, but the last few decades, schoolboys have been treated like they are defective. In 3rd grade, I used to finish my work before the other kids, and I would get up and move around, and they told me that was not okay, so they medicated me. When I got a little older, the other boys would start fights, and I went to the authorities to do the right thing, and they punished both of us. So then I took matters into my own hands, and they punished just me because of these policies. They don't let boys just fight it out anymore. Those type
See, this is why I advocate for homeschooling so much. Like, there's a million reasons why to do so. But the medicating in particular is a real bother for me, because I hate big pharma. I've always have. I've always been more of a naturopath. I like my homeopathic medicines a lot. And to see a young boy who, all of history is known that boys have a shit ton of energy and they like to fight and they like to tussle around and explore and to be very adventurous and work with their hands, right? Very boy things. And you put them in school where school is made specifically for girls. And it's 100% catered towards them. Because back in the day, girls didn't actually go to school, not nowhere to the same extent as they are. But then women's rights and all that other fun stuff came in. They had to adjust everything for them because women most affected, and boys were punished for it. Like, like just let let the boys be boys. Well, let them fight it out. Don't fucking medicate them because they have energy and they want to like just move. Like they're kids. They're kids. Like, it's everybody knows kids got a lot of energy. That's why you let them play and get them tuckered out and put them to bed at 8 p.m. Like, it's, well, whoever thinks is actually a good system to wake kids at the ass track at dawn and shovel them into fucking brick cells for 9 hours a day, or they can't do anything but stare at a wall and lose their fucking minds, and then hopefully they have some sort of extracurricular activity kind of make up for it at the end of the school day, but then shove them back home and then force them to do even more mind-numbing schoolwork. Like, homeschooling, you can make all that schoolwork happen in like 2 hours because you, the parent, can just focus on your own kids, and and because you have that attention to detail, you can work at your kid's pace. Obviously, you need to be careful. There's going to be some bad parents, going to be lazy parents out there who are not actually going to take initiative and are going to do like the whole deschooling method and just have kids learn naturally. No, you have to set a schedule with them. You have to sit them down. You do have to make them do school sheets and things like that. But the kid can advance much faster because kids are much more capable than what people realize they can do if they have that one-on-one tutoring. Like, and they can just do it as a parent. and it'll save you money in the long run. And your kid will be so much healthier, and you have a better relationship with them. Like, there's literally no downsides to it whatsoever, unless you're a bad parent. But like, if you're a bad parent for like homeschooling, then you're a bad parent in general. Like, and bad parents will exist regardless.
Of policies are not setting young boys up for success. They punish the way that we natively look at the world. It definitely messed me up a little, and that was 30 years ago, and I have no idea what's going on now. When we get older and go to college, there are all kinds of things in place to help girls that are not available for boys, and they say that it's there to correct problems, but I don't think those problems exist anymore. So as we
Well,
are
there's definitely problems these days, but it only affects boys. We overcorrected. In my opinion, we never should have corrected in the first place. I know somebody in chat said that like it's fake history that girls were as educated as boys in the past too. I meant in the sense that boys and girls were educated very differently. One, they had separated schools. Excuse me. Two, like a lot of the upper class were taught, like the girls were able to taught to read, but they weren't really it was heavily looked down upon for them to write books. And looking at the amount of smut that comes out these days, that's probably for a good reason. um and so, but they were taught to sew, they're taught to cook, they're taught to clean, they're taught to do like housewife and duties, how to raise kids, natural medicines, but basically things that actually run a household. So they're still taught to like read and write, and they were still taught basic math and some other things, but they were taught more homemaker ideals, versus men were taught more advanced things like Latin, and math, like so advanced mathematics and science and all that kind of fun stuff. Like they were not to the same tier because they had different roles in life.
accumulating what we need to succeed in life, boys are getting less of a head start than they used to, which is, I think, one of the contributing reasons for why they say they have Peter Pan syndrome and they never grow up. I think it starts here. When we get into the workplace, there are similar programs that benefit women and not men. And that's an issue because women want to make equal money to men, but then they also want men to make more and support them, and you can't have both. Additionally, the culture has become very inhospitable towards men, and again, the way that men communicate and behave. And I don't know if you've noticed, but the economy is getting pretty bad, and even though that affects everybody, men are the ones who are expected to pay, so this puts us at an increasing disadvantage comparative to women as we age. Then when
I don't even think that women actually want to make the same pay as men. Like, you had the feminists, especially back in the day when they were SJWs, more specifically, crying about the wage gap that's a fucking myth, and the pink tax and all these other false problems. But it's not because they actually want it, it's because they've been propagandized to believe that they're oppressed. Because once again, we talked about earlier in stream, they're very emotional creatures, and if you tell them there's a wrongdoing in the world, and it's because they at least remember, these women don't have kids, right? Women are supposed to be using these emotions, and I hate the word empathy because of how it's been overused and used by the left. But they're supposed to be using that empathy, right? They're supposed to be using that sympathy towards their own child. Um, and when they don't actually have that child in their arms to take care of, they will find the next weakest underdog to take care of next. And so therefore, if they're taught that they themselves as a woman is a victim, they will advocate for that victim to defend it and try to take care of that because they don't actually have a child themselves. Hence why they like the brownoids so much, because they've been propagandized that they're poor innocent children just wanting a better life crossing the border. Or like the gays or the trannies. Well, whatever the oppressed class is of the week, that's what they're going to be advocating for. And so I don't think they actually want same wages as men, because they clearly actually want a man that makes more. That's very clear that they do. They just say that they do because they feel like it's unequal and not fair, because society has been structured in a way to push egalitarianism, but not the meritocracy that needs to go with it if we're gonna actually do so. The wage gap button, yeah. Where's that shoe on head clip, please?
We get out into the dating world. If you don't have any money, that's going to be a problem. If you can't compete on the dating apps, which most men cannot, that's going to be a problem. If you're not okay with her having an OnlyFans or an Instagram or whatever, it's going to take some women off the table because they have so much attention. So a lot of men are playing catch up at this point in life when that didn't used to be the case. So our parents and grandparents did not have any of these problems. They just sort of grew up, got jobs, and married whoever was nearby. Have you ever thought of it like, would your mother have married your father if she had Tinder? Would she have chosen him? There's stuff going on in these phases of life.
Actually, no. I mean, with the case of my parents, it's very much a proximity thing. So I'm an armchair psychologist. I used to be really big in psychology, and I took AP Psych when I was in high school. And one of the little factoids I remember learning was that most relationships are proximity based. Like that you've met your life partner, right? You met your significant other by the time you turn 18. You've already met them. I don't know if that's actually true anymore, though. That's the thing. I don't think that's actually true anymore, but that used to be the case. Not like even maybe a little bit more than 10 years ago, because I remember talking about 2016. But let's say like 15 to 20 years ago, that was more than likely actually the case, because a lot of relationships are based off proximity. Because remember, it's a fucking Chesterton's fence. That's why I keep on saying remember, 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 the fucking 5th of November here. Because it's important to keep this in mind, is that everything about the modern world is brand new. We have never had globalism before. We've never had this such advanced technology where a random woman in the middle of fucking nowhere can dress up as an anime woman and talk to guys millions of miles away from her just with a click of a button, right? Everything used to be much more closer and center. Even with cars, right? You still would have to have this few hour road trip just to go to the next town over, you know? And so when my parents started dating back in like the 70s and the 80s, like even though uh they had cars back then and telephones, and planes. There still was no real way to meet somebody unless you actually drove out of your way to do so. You met everybody just by going through life regularly. A friend of a friend recommends you to somebody. Or in my parents' case, my mom worked at a diner that my dad visited a lot. Like it's just proximity. All relationships are based off proximity. Friends are based off proximity too. Like every relationship is just based off who you're around in the community you're it. I said it. That's not the right word. But basically, everything's based off of what you're actually around. And that's how relationships are supposed to naturally grow. That's why you have people, or used to have people, who weren't probably actually all that similar, but because of just being around each other, were able to develop some sort of friendship or relationship just because they're around each other. That's why the proximity friendship is actually a term in general. I know I'm kind of repeating myself, so I'll try to cut this a little bit short. But uh, but these days with the internet, possibilities are endless. That's why we have long distance relationships, which are always a fucking disaster. Because that's not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to just be around people. That's natural relationships. Literally brand spanking, literally 10 years ago news, okay? Like this is not normal. This is not normal.
For us that would have been unheard of even one generation ago. I once had a job where I worked with a girl. We had the same job. I had more experience. We had layoffs, and later she matched with me on Bumble and came to hook up. And I said, "Would you like to continue doing this?" And she told me that I didn't have my life together enough.
Huh?
We were living in the same place, in the same job market, and we came from the same job, and I had more experience. And she was getting 120K a year to do some like women's leadership job or something, and I was driving for Uber. So, I think a lot of people are really underestimating how much easier this makes things. So then if you can actually get to this point, you as a man, you have to take everything that you've managed to put together over the course of your life and put it all on the table for someone who is probably not doing the same. Even though women are not having a hard time in the workplace, men are still generally expected to provide, while women generally keep more of their money for themselves. We've all heard, my money is my money, his money is my money. I found this
Not to completely defend this attitude, because obviously it's kind of shitty, but once again, it's the natural order of things. Women want to be protected and provided for, and in return, they're supposed to give sex and children and take care of the household. Like, that's what they're supposed to get. They're not actually supposed to be in the workforce. And them being in the workforce is actually stealing jobs from men. Like, whatever that fake Jew daycare job that she had, even though it wouldn't exist if women were in the workforce, that $120,000 salary could have gone to him or a different man in general. And statistics have proven that when guys are making high money and get promoted, they're more likely to get married and have kids. But when women are the ones making large amount of money and getting promoted, then they're not likely to get married and have kids because women are like dragons in a cave, hoarding the gold. They're not meant to actually share their resources. They're meant to hoard it as much as possible because it's supposed to be given to their children and nobody else. But they're not having those children, so therefore they have no one to give it to. And so they just kind of keep it there. But they still expect the man to protect and provide them because that's what they're drawn to. No, no, like there's a statistic that came out literally, I think today or yesterday, that stay home boyfriends slash husbands are on the rise. And it's like, that's a problem. I don't want to go women most affected about this once again. But unfortunately, we need men and women to do the tango, right? It takes two to tango and to have the kids. And women get the ick when they have to be the mommy for the man, right? Like they don't actually want to be paying for dates. They don't want to be driving the cars. Don't want to be doing the providing aspect of things because they're just biologically not programmed to do so. And if they have to do that for a man, then that's disgusting to them. And that's why any relationship where the man works at home or stays at home will eventually fall apart because a woman just hates the idea of a man not doing anything. Even if he is working from home, right? Just the fact that he is home and not leaving the house and not out of her sight bothers her. Like they need to go out and just, and beat some mammoths and bring back the meat. Like it's something very monkey brain and primal about it. And if women get the ick, then they're not gonna be dating the men. And then the men aren't gonna get married and they're not gonna have kids. Like it's unfortunately a cyclical problem because you need men and women to get together, but this is all because women in the workforce in the first place, and they shouldn't be because feminism is bullshit. Hmm. Ugh, fuck. In this case, is men most affected? We're the ones being demoted to Mr. Mime status. Oh yeah, 100%. Like basically, feminism. Like I said earlier, women are 100% victims of feminism, but because the victims have turned into the weapons, right? Where the bully becomes the person who was bullied became the bully, right? That's kind of the situation here, where women have become victims from the day that they're born. But they're used, but then as they grow up, they turn into the tool to bash men and kill men. And so in the end, it really is men most affected because they're watching something that completely out of their control destroy them, even though they want to save them. And it's actually quite tragic. It would be like a Greek tragedy level if it wasn't for the fact they actually made a comedy. The Greeks actually made a fucking comedy about women having power and control. And one of the first jokes they made about is that women not shaving their legs. Yeah. Yeah. It's it's not good. Our ancestors knew better. Chesterton's fence. But no, some tiny hats came in the 60s. Well, technically before then, but once for the sake of the argument, we're gonna say the 60s and decided to fuck everything up. The weak in the Western world.
Great little video about that.
But I just have a quick question. My husband won't see all of my accounts, right? I have like 8 different bank accounts, but my husband only knows about 2 of them. I've just been secretly saving for years in case I ever need to. Oh, no, say no more. I don't need to see those statements. So as far as I'm concerned, they don't exist.
Yeah, so I don't love the idea that my wife might be hiding money. Of course, I'm not.
I'm assuming that's a TikTok skit, but like, what is she talking to like the bank or trying to get a loan or something like that? Or they need to see the bank statements? Like, how many women actually do this? Like, obviously, it's enough that she made the skit, and I'm assuming it went viral on TikTok, so I'm assuming that's where it came from, but, like, I can't imagine doing that. What do you mean I have 8 fucking bank accounts? I can barely track the fucking one that I have. And I'm hiding that from my significant yeah, I'm hiding that from my boyfriend or husband, whatever the case is. Like, nah. I hate women.
Allowed to do that, all of my money has to be on the table, and there's about a 1/3 chance that you're going to be taking it to party with other dudes in the house that I bought for you. Divorce laws have changed too. You used to need a really good reason to get divorced, but now it can happen just because someone is not happy. They even write songs about it. Check this out.
No fault divorce and the fucking consequences upon society. We need to completely revert it. Completely revert no fault divorce. And then also, while we're at just for extra measure, revert no fault divorce, and then basically make it really hard for men to get divorce raped. Like, there are some cases where women should get divorced, and there are some cases where they should have access to the child and custody of the child, right? Like, obviously, men are not just wholesome little beings, right? There's bad men out there too, but it has for this they've overcorrected. I don't even want to say they overcorrected because it's done on purpose. It's a very malicious thing that they've done. They 100% did this on purpose to disenfranchise specifically white men. It's not overcorrection when it's been done on purpose. And that's exactly what has happened here.
I have to mute it for copyright, I'll read it to you. Might be the only guy who didn't send me hearted eyes in reply to my latest story. We work well on paper, we don't argue, we don't fight. But lighting scented candles just won't relight up our fire. And right there she goes, ah. It ain't that bad, it's just not what I wanted. Don't want to
Beautiful
live this
singing.
life half-hearted. Hang on, here it comes. I want fireworks and flames. Don't want safe, tame, practical. That ain't enough, that ain't love.
Okay. So, one, she's really pretty. She's wearing like 5 pounds of makeup, but she's still pretty. Uh, and it's frustrating to see a pretty white void doing this kind of shit because she's mistaking lust for love, which lust is important. You need to be physically attracted to somebody. You want to make sure you give the woman the pussy tingles, right? Pussy tingles are very important. If you don't give a woman pussy tingles, then you're not doing things right. You're like, and this is okay. This is where okay. I hope I'm not being too mean here, right? I'm trying to explain the female perspective on things. So my apologies if this comes across as woman fuckingism here, but basically, if you don't give her pussy tingles, you're not being masculine enough. Now, whether it's because of her and her delusions, or because you legitimately are not masculine enough, that's a little bit of a different story.
Is it the
But
Jews?
uh,
Is it the Jews?
you
I'm assuming
need
it's always
to
the
be a
Jews.
strong man. You need to be dominant. Like, women go after bad boys for a reason because they add that danger. As much as Jordan Peterson has fallen off, his old quote about having the capacity for danger is essential to a relationship. You need to make sure your void always is aware that you can choke her out and beat her, which is why you should beat women. Uh, because that will give her pussy tingles because that means you're dangerous. That means she can respect you, and respect is once again essential for the relationship. Because she doesn't respect you, she's not gonna feel the pussy tingles. She's not gonna feel like she's weak. And women want to feel weak. They want women don't develop past the age of 16. Okay, like they want to be protected and provided for once again, and if you can't give them the pussy tingles, then that makes them feel like you can't protect and provide them. Because to give them the pussy tingles, you have to be dangerous and you have to be very masculine. And if you're not dangerous and masculine, then you can't protect and provide. So then you have the pussy tingles, and then it's not gonna work out, right? And that goes back to connecting lust and love. Now, is it correct? No, but it's also important to remember that women are not the romantic sex. Men are. Men are 100% the romantic sex. Women only know how to what they want to receive. Like women don't really know what they want, but they do know they want to be receivers, right? All the romanticy shit is all about receiving things. You know, being the perfect fucking blank slate bimbo, not having to do a care in the world, and having handsome fucking vampire Chad walk up to them in his billionaire fucking suit and schmoozing her over for literally no reason other than the fact that she existed, and doing all these romantic things for her. Like, now, I don't think that it's the natural state of woman completely. Like, it is the natural state of woman, but not completely at the same time. Because women were taught not that long ago how to actually serve their man. You know, have sex with them regularly, cook, clean, have a bunch of children. You know, be simply nice to the guy in the first place, right? I know, being nice to men and fucking impossible. God, I hate men. Uh, uh. So, but even then, it was for their advantage to receive something. Men are romantic sex because they want to actually give in the first place. Hmm. Women want uppies. True. Uppies are great though. Like, there was a post I saw on Twitter that went viral a couple days ago about how, like, it was this really, like, skinny woman being held, like, really weirdly in this guy's arms, and, like, this is all, and with the quote being, like, this is all I need. And then a bunch of guys not being happy about that because it's reminded them about how women want to be infantilized. Which, don't get me wrong, I understand why men don't like that. But that's definitely fluid nature right there, and you can't really change that. You can only work with the tools that you have and then try to change the system in the process, which is a lot easier said than done. A lot easier said than done. Which is why I thought I do try to give you guys as much genuine advice as I can, right? Like, I might not be the best representative when it comes to regular women because I am a little bit tomboyish, a little bit, right? Like, I don't paint my nails. I don't really like care about a lot of stuff. I don't wear a lot of makeup, right? I like to get my hands dirty. I like to go explore outside and go hiking and things like that, right? I'm not gonna look like this, okay? What's it? She's wearing like 5 pounds of makeup, but she's still pretty, right? Like, so there's definitely gonna be some factors there, but I can still at least explain the primal stuff and some the generalizations of things because I am still a vagina holder last time I checked. It has been a minute though. Maybe next time I go to the bathroom I can. Uh and hopefully the advice I give you from the woman's perspective can help you find a void as much as possible. That's my goal. That's my goal. For you, like, for just in general here. Yeah. So I need to drink water. Mm. Yeah. And thank you, Baron Roman von Unger Sternberg. That Sternberg at the end got me some eyebrows a little bit raised here. Though this towards the Bloodborne fund, also was the fund at now. Oh, thank you for your 20 shekels. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And it is, let me see here. Let me add these $20 redues in. We're only a few hundred away. Or we're only a couple hundred away from it. It's not doing the automatic math thing, so I don't know how to fix it. I'm gonna have to ask Twim for help, or I could probably do it for myself. If I was a strong, independent woman, I could do it myself. But I'm not. I just call for Trium whenever something slightly goes wrong. It's fine. It's fine. There we go. Yeah. So we're not too far off. We're not too far off here. Okay, back to the video.
This is the squircle of unconsciousness. It represents how people don't know how relationships work, and so they think the relationship is going to go like this, and then it turns a corner. I think she's at the dissatisfied part. You can't have everything is exciting all the time. Good choices are boring. No relationships are going to be fun the whole time. They're all going to have spots where there's no fire. But she don't want safe, tame, practical. That ain't enough. That's not even love. Look how passionate she is about dumping her husband.
This bitch bitch looks like she's like as pretty as she is, at least in my opinion. Maybe I'm doing the Floyd thing where I'm calling a woman pretty, but like she's not actually pretty in a guy's eyes. I hope that's not the case, but still, um, she looks like she's pushing 30. Right, she looks like she's roughly around the 30 mark. It could be the makeup because sometimes women wear makeup and make them look older. But if she's already married, I'm guessing she's around 30. And it's like, or maybe like 30, anywhere between like 27 and 35 is what I put the range. She's obviously taking care of herself to a certain degree. Um, but she's married and she's basically bored of the relationship, which is not a healthy mentality to have. And she thinks she can do better because she's still decently attractive. She's hot and as hell, unfortunately. She's attractive, yes, okay. So I'm getting okay, I try to make my Floyd attractive meter in tune to what men like as much as possible. So I'm glad that is working. Uh, but yeah, she's getting bored of the relationship and she thinks she can do better. And the thing is, she can probably find a guy, right? She can probably find a guy that's not safe, tame, and practical. She can probably get the pussy tingles. But the thing is, a guy these days that give pussy tingles are usually kind of like the bad boys, and those are not actually good for long-term relationships. So she's gonna just get pumped and dump. And oh my god, speaking of black pills, right? There's a story that came out a couple days ago where this blind bitch, who is like, in my personal opinion, not that attractive. She's white, she's got blue eyes, but she's blind and her teeth are a little bit fucked up. But she's not like she's overweight or anything like that. So she's probably like a 6. You know, if you kind of ignored the blindness, making her kind of look like a fish, in a way, right? Like it's, and this guy spent years with her, helping her and taking care of her, and then she adopts him to be a mud shark with an immigrant, with an illegal immigrant that came in. This is in Europe, and then he steals from her within a couple days of them being together. And it's one of those stories where it's so crazy and so blackpilling that I just don't want to believe it's true. Well, what do you mean this blind, not the best looking Floyd, right? We're talking like 6 roughly here. Is not, it dumps the person who was taking care of her all those years for to be a mud shark to get stolen. Like what? What? Like I just how could you do that to the guy in the first place and then replace him with a brownoid that steals from you? Like, I mean, obviously she got her comeuppance and very quickly, so I'm glad. But like at the same time, I it's so yeah, that's a depressing black pill. Yeah, it's like Fanta black pill there. Fuck. She was like a 4 out of 10. Okay, I was trying to be like, maybe this is where I was being trying to be too nice. Like I try to tune my attractive meter to what men like, and I don't think she was like horrendous, but she definitely wasn't great between the blindness and the teeth and everything like that. So maybe like like 5. 5 is probably better because like a 6 out of 10 is supposed to be the beautiful mid, right? That's how the meme goes. So yeah, probably definitely a 5 now that I think about it a little bit. But anyways, but still not completely horrible, right? And still did that shit. And I hate I hate women. I hate women so much.
That's real, I can spot a faker. And she even sings about other men giving her googly eyes on her Instagram stories. So this girl is what I would call an excitement chaser. She starts out her new relationships excited, and over time gets bored when they're not chaotic, and then by the time we notice she's bored, she's already got a new guy lined up, and this has pretty nasty effects on us. So,
well, not to defend women, but because everything about this Floyd is horrible and should be demonized. However, to explain once again the woman's side of things as a vagina holder myself, all women are monkey branchers. Okay, well, monkey branching is a biological default that you would not actually get rid of at a woman unless you want to make robot waifus. Okay, because once again, women want to be protected and provided for. and they always will have a backup plan in case the original thing fails. Like he dies, he cheats, or whatever the case is, right? Pretty much 99.9% of women. Okay, once again, I'm sure there's probably some exceptions out there. There's probably some exception out there. Okay, once again, um, we'll have some sort of backup plan. Now, will she be in contact with the backup plan? Will she be in love with him? All that fun stuff. That will vary depending on the void, right? Unfortunately, I think it's a little bit more common for them to be relatively in contact these days. But even back in the olden days, right? Even back in the more traditional times that I like to reminisce about, women still had backup plans. It's simply part of biological programming because they need to have somebody there to save them from when they fall if something happens, or kind of like the tribes fighting each other and then raping and pillaging and taking the woman back to the tribe with them. Like they don't. I'm not saying women can't love. I'm not saying women can't be loyal, but they definitely need a tight leash upon them to do so. Because if not, the biological monkey brain will kick in and they will just, well, monkey branch as much as possible until they feel like they can finally settle down. And for a lot of modern women, when they have literally unlimited access and Tinder and all these likes and all that kind of stuff, they don't ever feel like they can ever actually settle down because they have so many options. Mm. And also, it's important to mention because I see somebody in chat mentioning this. Happened to me. A girlfriend checked out of a relationship weeks before dumping me for another guy. Yes, that's another Floyd thing that you cannot get rid of out of them. That's a biological programming where if they usually a woman will be checked out of a relationship on average about 3 months before they dump you because that's their process of trying to find the new guy, the B, with their backup plan if they don't have one, or basically trying to get their shit together to move on. Because if she just dumps you with no backup plan or with no plan in general, then like she's kind of fucked, right? And so therefore she usually checks out and then uses that once again on average 3 month time period to find somebody else in the meantime. Now, is this a good thing? No. Is it something the biology programmed in a woman? Yes. Though how do you control it? You beat them. It's literally that. You just fucking beat women. Like, listen, the meme Islam's right about women does have a little bit of truth to it. Because you should actually put a very tight leash upon women. There's a reason why every single civilization from the time of human history have always had strict rules upon them to stop them from doing these things as much as possible. Because the monkey brain will be reactivated as soon as you let the leash off. And we have let the leash off. The leash has disappeared. The leash is burned in a fire called feminism, and we need to make a new one. In the meantime, beatings will continue until morale improves.
Your relationship satisfaction is going to change over time, but your stability is not supposed to. That's what marriage is, that's what it's for. Even when you start feeling like things are not as fun, you have to remember that commitments are what gets you through the swings. I actually have a little theory that this takes about a year. Obviously, we get up and go to sleep with the sun, and women have changes in their hormones and emotions with the moon, and I think that a year is the amount of time that it takes to find somebody and have that strong emotional connection, get pregnant, and have a child. It's about 1 year altogether. And this girl is making a spiritual experience out of a biological process, and she's allowed to end the marriage over it. So it's not that I don't want a partner, it's just that a lot of us don't have what we need to build a partnership, and even if we
Before he kind of moves on a little bit, I kind of actually agree with that 1 year thing from a more biological perspective, like he was saying, because you're supposed to be able to get the butterfly feelings, right? You're supposed to get the infatuation phase. And logically, you need to wait out the infatuation phase. But back in the day, you didn't. Like you met, right? You go on a few dates a few times, and then you got married. Right? Usually the desire to have sex is so strong, but there is limitations on having sex. That just as soon as they get married, they can actually do it. Like it's but nowadays, thanks to the rules and regulations that we have set up, we had to do everything super logically and slow, which on one hand is a good thing, right? You don't want to just hook up and get married to somebody you just met. But what's going back to the proximity thing that I mentioned earlier about how you're supposed to find somebody in your general area. Your friends and family are supposed to recommend people, right? That's going kind of like arranged marriages kind of style of things. You're supposed to be able, like, the people who recommended to you from being in the same area are actually supposed to be closely compatible to you just by simply being close by and having the same culture, having the same connections, knowing each other and having accountability there by simply being small communities. So you wouldn't have to actually worry about this random stranger pumping and dumping you, or the cases, and leaving you with a kid. Like it's I do think the infatuation phase is there for a reason to get people connected, get pregnant fast as possible, and then you can settle down and grow from there. Now, is that exactly the right way of going there about things? I don't know if I would say that. There are definitely some advantages to waiting, especially in the case of the modern age, where you have to actually be very picky and choosy, and you have to look out for warning signs. Oh, but that means that the infatuation period dies and she can get bored, and that's a whole different story right there. Hmm. Oh, I got raided during my yapping? I am so sorry. Thank you, Greer, for the raid. I'm sorry I was kind of on a major tangent here with my React Sloppa. Uh, I'm sorry about that. Uh, mods, if you could shout them out, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. My name's Amalgamyte. I'm a political streamer with some games. And tonight we're doing some React Sloppa bashing women because women fucking suck. Not enough dick, that's for sure. And then we'll be playing some Wind Waker, eventually. It was supposed to be a Wind Waker, but we might not get the Wind Waker at this point. But thank you again, Greer, for the raid. Um, hell yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And mods, if you haven't shouted her out yet, please do. I don't see I scrolled up a little bit. I don't see a shout out. Mods, there we go. Good mods. I pay my H1Bs for nothing for good reason. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you like the woman bashing because I'm doing a lot of it. Oh, I think young pregnancy solves a lot of actually like the fertility issues caused by genetic damage from chemicals, environment, and food. Oh, I would agree with that too. Because women are supposed to get pregnant for legal reasons at 18. And, usually they get married to an older guy who's got like taking over the family farm or family business or whatever trade or whatever the case is that's a little bit older and more established. And so they have the infatuation phase, they get married within a few months, and then they get pregnant, and then they get married, right? Did I say the married part? Anyway. And then they're locked in for life. And there's no fault divorce doesn't exist, and they have the pregnancy making the woman relying on him. I am Let me drink some water. I'm tripping my words a little bit too much. My apologies. Mm. There we go. There we go. Um, but yeah, but we don't have that anymore, so it's hard. Cause like I don't want to advocate for people getting married in a year because of how bad women are. But if the woman gets bored in the relationship, which is part of it's the woman's responsibility, part of it's the man's responsibility, because it goes kind of both ways. It's just yeah, it's just not gonna really work out. I've been told before, and I tweeted about this relatively recently, and it seemed like a lot of guys actually agreed with me, so I'm assuming there's some sort of truth to it. Like usually guys know if they want to get married within the first 6 months of the relationship. They kind of know the woman's the right one. Women, on the other hand, are usually the ones that want to take it slower because they're scared because of the amount of options they have. But I think that's once again a more modern problem that's been created from the woman's side of things and not really the man's. And you take that out of the equation, I bet probably women would know if they want to get married a lot sooner too. So then it goes back to the 1 year thing. So we're back to square one. Hmm. Long and short, there's some truth to what he's saying.
Get it? It could fall apart immediately. She could squircle herself into believing it's not love and have a phone in her pocket with 1,400 horny guys on it, and then I end up here. So, what you've done by fighting for equality is you've basically said, hey, you want to play a game of chess? I get all queens, though. Hey, where are you going?
Do you guys still want to get married? Like, is that still a thing?
I hope this all made it clear why it's less of a thing.
Well,
Clear why it's
not to
less.
defend the Foy. I feel like I'm doing a lot of Foy defense, and I don't like doing Foy defense because bash them, beat them. But if we're gonna be a little bit generous to her argument here, if she's talking about the situation where the guy needs to shit or get off the pot after dating for quite a few years, right? If you don't get married within 5 years of dating, move on. Just move on. You're wasting each other's time, and it's there being comfortable. And usually in that scenario, it's the guy holding out because he's either lazy or uncertain or comfortable, and he doesn't actually want to lock it and have the commitment. They want to have the option of leaving because they're not actually certain in their choice, but they're too scared to actually go out and try to find somebody else. So they just kind of sit there, and that is something that a lot of guys do. Obviously, hashtag not all. I'm not trying to bash the men here, okay? But that is something that does happen. Now, I will also say in that situation, it's the woman's fault for not leaving. Because if she actually cares about marriage in any way, shape, or form, and he's not proposing, then she needs to leave instead of waiting forever and wasting her time as much as possible. So technically, they're both responsible, but for like two different things. I would say in this scenario, the guy's more at fault just because like the woman's waiting around and staying, waiting for you to actually do it. But there needs to be a little bit of responsibility of the woman in this case too. Not like the woman's going to take any responsibility because they're a woman, but still. And if she's talking about kind of that situation where she's got burned, then that's a little bit more understandable where she's coming from. But I have a feeling that's not actually where she's coming from, and home math is taking the correct position and answering her question here. Hmm. 5 years of regular dating and no marriage is sort of crazy. Oh yeah, but it happens a lot more than you think. It happens a lot more than you think, unfortunately. And so, but like I said, there's a little bit of accountability in the void though. Hmm. Don't let your voids expire. What should the woman be doing in the meantime? Why put it all on the man? Well, I wasn't putting it all on the man. I say the majority of it, like 60 to 70%, is on the man for basically wasting time and not actually having the balls to just be like, I'm not actually that interested in you. I don't actually want to commit to you. But the other, 30 to 40% of it is on the void because she's not moving on. And or another scenario is that she's not actually doing anything to make her marriageable, right? Maybe she's a slob, maybe she can't cook, maybe she's a nagging bitch, whatever the case is, and she needs to change to be actually become, a nicer person. And the guy's just kind of with her because he is scared of being once again the guy's being with her because he's scared and he doesn't want to go back into the wilderness again. So there's a little bit of culpability on the guy. Like it's very much a both fault situation, right? Both are at faults. And I guess depending on the scenario, will kind of depending on the percentage of blame here. But let's say for the sake of the argument, it's 50-50 because of those different factors at hand. It's both their faults for not taking the right action to solve that problem. Mm. And yes, the issue is the dating for 5 years guys with no kids are the assholes women choose. Yes, yeah, like that's once again the woman's fault for not actually choosing a better man. So there's like I said, they're both at fault for various reasons, especially depending on the situation. It's the guy's fault though because the men are the ones who gatekeep marriage. At that point, just leave. I think um I mean, yes, I agree that they're on the gay marriage. Like, women should not be the one doing the proposing and all that fun stuff. But let's once again, at highlight like I think both are at fault for very different reasons. And obviously, if once again the woman's a fucking bitch, then like I don't blame the man for not actually, marrying her, but he should also leave instead of dealing with her and wasting each other's time just in general. Because, like, if he actually left, then maybe he could actually find somebody better. They're both at fault for that scenario. I put it to my old lady like this: till death do we part. That means till one of us dies, she has chosen not to be married. Okay then. I mean, I have my own opinions of that scenario, but you're choosing to be with her, so I will hold my tongue because I'm sure there's probably reasons why you're choosing to be with her, even if, yeah. Uh, uh. So, but thank you, Shudder for the 25 shekels. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sleepy has written another gem on the soul of art. Oh, okay then. Let's see here. Let's see here. Where is it at? I'm assuming it's in general somewhere. Has somebody added me? Oh, is this it? I think I found it, but I got the ad, so let me read this here. Amal, my 500 warp token message you missed wasn't a trauma dump? Wait. That I missed a oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Papa Cat. Okay, before I read Sleepy's message, I'm sorry I missed the warp tokens. Let me do that first. I just kinda missed it. I've also missed York Tarleton for being a Sylvia baby for 3 months in a row. I apparently was not doing a good job looking at Kick Chat. My apologies, guys. My sincerest apologies. But thank you for being a Sylvia baby for 3 months. And thank you, Papa Caps, for the 500 warp tokens. And once again, my apologies for missing that earlier. Even though I was 6 foot tall, 200 pounds of mostly muscle, and constantly carrying CCW. What's a CCW? I never felt like the woman I dated thought I was a bad boy protector. That is probably a mentality thing. I would say. Probably a mentality that you gave her for some sort of reason. Like, do not take this personally. I'm just guessing based off how you present yourself on chat here. But you said in your when you yelled at me for not reading your thing. I thought you might have some void insight on it. I'm guessing that you're too nice. When I say beat women, I don't actually mean legitimately fucking manhandling them, because obviously that will get you in legal trouble. But I do mean telling them no. I do mean putting them on a leash. I do mean dominating in the bedroom and pinning them down and raping them. I do mean, like, talking to them in a stern voice and making clear rules and making sure that if they break that rule, there are severe consequences and they get punished for it. And when they start crying, you don't capitulate to the tears. Like, you need to be a stone wall when the void acts like a void, or else she's not gonna respect you. And if she's not gonna and she doesn't respect you, then she's not gonna see you as a bad boy protector. There's a reason why the cool, callous, apathetic asshole is a popular trope, but secretly on the inside actually still loves her and takes care of her. It's not exactly something that can happen really in reality, but you need to try to emulate that as much as possible, because it's what women want you to be dangerous. They want you to be, the bad boy protector. They want you to be an asshole on the outside, but they still want the reassurance, love, and care when they need it the most. But even if you give them the most, you can be the biggest fucking sappy little romantic little, lover boy that you can possibly be. But if you don't give it the pussy tingles from being respected and being dangerous, then it doesn't matter. That all the romantic sappy stuff just does not matter, and you're wasting your time. So you failed to make shit tests, unfortunately. That too. That too. All women shit tests. There's like, that's in our biological programming within women that they all do. It is shit tests because they're, as the name implies, it is a test. They're putting you in a shitty situation where there's no real right answer, but there's definitely wrong answers. And they're testing you how you navigate it. Because you can't go out and kill something for them, right? You're not gonna fucking kill a bear to defend them. You're not gonna go form a warring tribe. There's no, everything's about safetyism and being very nice. In the modern, everything's really safe in the modern world. And so the best thing they can do is give you a shit test to kind of figure out how you would actually react in a horrible situation. And it's not like a burning fucking fire situation. It's usually some sort of petty BS. But it's a way to challenge you to see how you react and how you handle them. And the best way to handle a shit test is just not to tolerate it. Like, when you see a shit test occur, you say no. Shut up. Like, here's the classic one. Would you still love me if I was a worm? You know, that whole meme? You just be like, well, that's a fucking stupid question. And then you move on. And if she doesn't move on and be like, why don't you answer me? Do you not actually want to love me if I was a worm? And just be like, bitch, stop being a woman. Like, we're together, you're human. Suck my dick now. And you take your head and you shove her dick on it. And shove your... Yeah, don't shove her dick on it. But you take her and you basically just, like, you manhandle a little bit. There. You can't just say no to a woman yet. And they'll respect you a lot more. So that is my guess for your scenario. Chatter there. But that's kind of basing off the general situation that men find themselves in, and also just the general vibe I get from you in chat. Like, you seem like a really nice guy. I don't mean nice guy in the derogative way, where it's like, oh, he's a nice guy, and then he's like a male feminist kind of stuff. Like, I would say, and this is gonna sound really gay coming from me, so, you know, make sure you have your socks on, okay? Based off my interactions with a lot of you guys between the chat and Discord server, a lot of you guys seem like genuinely good guys, right? Like, I'm sure you'll have your flaws. Some of you guys have shared some personal details, especially in the Discord server, about some things that have happened to you in the past and things you have done, right? And you're not perfect, right? No, nobody is perfect. Everyone's made mistakes. Everyone's got flaws. But I would say the general vibe that I get is that a lot of you guys are just regular dudes trying to live regular lives. And it's not your fault society's been built against you. It's not your fault that women are the way that they are, right? It's not your fault for a lot of things. The only thing that is your fault is how you handle it. And unfortunately, the cards are stacked against you, but you still have some cards to play. And I do hope that my streams can help you have an extra card in your deck to give you at least a slightly more advantage when it comes to these handling of things. So yay! 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 Oh, but I bet I mean it. Like, no, okay, here's something that's not so gay, right? There are a few of you where I'm like, okay, I can see why you don't have a girlfriend. I'm not gonna name anybody, but you know who. Yes, it's exactly you. It's you. It's you know who you know. You know it's you know it's you. You know it, yeah. Anyway, me, I am the one. Exactly. Oh, you know, there are a few where I'm like, okay, buddy, I can see why you're single. But I would say probably like, I don't know, 80% of you are just seem like regular guys. At least from how you make yourself appear on the internet. So, and thank you, Useless Rabbit for the, oh, I hit the wrong button there. But thank you, Useless Rabbit, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm definitely getting the cuck chair now. Well, by being Mexican, you're getting it by default, so there you go. No. But let me read Sleepy's message that Shredderator was very generous on and giving some shekels to reading here. Okay. So this is about the art, soul of art, or art of soul, or something along those lines. I'm assuming it's about earlier when I was talking about aesthetics being ripped out of society, and how you can't be passionate about things. Let's see. Art, books, movies, architecture, and everything else is artistic is dead. You look around and everything is dead. The paintings that once adorned our buildings have now been replaced with slop modern art. Architecture is dog shit. I feel nothing when I see modern buildings that cover our rat-infested cities. I feel nothing when I look upon today's great art. Everything has become slop. There's nothing organic or true about today's great works. While people on the left will blame it on capitalism and people on the slop of right will blame it on leftism, both of these views are retarded. Yet the people who have the worst view on this are the ones that don't care and just say, it's art, who cares? We need to focus on the cost of living and not more art. I hate this view, and more importantly, hate the man who holds this view. This view is disgusting, and I want to take whoever holds this view and kick them with their teeth in. Violence is wrong. Yes, disavow, don't, you know, violence bad, all that fun stuff, right? The reason this view is so awful is that art is not like the GDP or the cost of living. Art's an organic element of civilization. Art is how a civilization expresses itself. When the art of civilization becomes crap, it's a sign of sickness of that civilization. Art throughout history has been used to motivate people to action. Losing the Roman eagle standard was seen as a tragedy worse than any defeat. It wasn't that it was an eagle, but the effect it implemented on the Roman legionary. As the civilization art declines, the civilization is in its final stage. Great art is the greatest representation of the civilization. Usually I like to read Sleepy stuff before I comment on it, but so far I wholeheartedly agree. Because art inspires people. Art moves people. It's supposed to evoke emotion. And art that doesn't evoke any emotion is just graffiti. It's just ugly fucking shit on the wall that doesn't do anything except look tacky. And if the only emotion it actually displays is really this disgust. And disgust, sorry. And so therefore, like, if there's nothing inspiring and nothing emotionally driven to lead the soldiers to war and try to help improve society, then, well, there's no civilization to actually save anymore. Okay, but back to Sleepy's essay. The clearest type of symbolic expression that the world feeling of higher mankind has found for itself is the arts of form. Osworth Spengler, The Decline of the West, Volume 1, Form and Actuality. Now we need to understand why the modern Western artistic efforts are so poor. We must understand what art is. Art is a reflection of a people's culture. That is what all art is. When the painter, sculptor, writer, musician, etc. craft his art, the spirit of his culture is what guides his hand. As a pure culture is infested with elements of another culture, the art will decline. Now, before the center-right man pats me on the back and agrees with me that it's only in multiculturalism that's the problem, we understand that what culture is. Just as art is a reflection of culture, culture is a reflection of race. Race replicates itself in every aspect of society. Culture is not the result of some random set of events, it's the result of race. The old buildings of Europe were created by the force of race. It's very clearly reflected upon civilization in general. Like, you're not going to see European-style castles in China. And you're not going to see, you know, Japanese-style shrines in India. Like, and they're not going to build them when they, unfortunately, become parasites and move someplace else. Right? Like, the Indians are not going to create Japanese shrines when they move to Japan. They're going to make their fucking Hindu temples. Like, it's inherently part of their race and culture. It goes hand in hand. Back to Sleepy, sorry. Even the man who creates the art has an identity rooted in race. To shamelessly and egotistically quote myself, race is the very bedrock of one's identity. One might possess identities beyond his race. He might be a scholar, a nature lover, a fighter, a family man, a musician, a poet, or a simple working man. But before he could develop any of those, before he could comprehend his own mother, before he could speak a single lick of his language, he already possesses race. Race is the soul of one's identity upon which all other flowers will grow. Sleepy Marcus, on race, natural causes of race. That was a really good one, by the way. If you're curious, chat, for those that are new or unaware, Sleepy is a member of the community that is very well read and a very strong intellectual who likes to make these essays in the first place. And we did a reading of his race essay on Rumble a couple weeks back, so if you want to watch that VOD, highly recommend. Talked about the Charlotte Hendricks things too, but I guess that's old news. And it was a very good, strong essay. There's a couple points here and there that I was kind of like, here's some criticism, stuff like that. But overall, it's very strong essay, and I think he's got a bright future ahead of him when it comes to these things. But anyway, back to what he's writing now. Because the West has lost its racial identity, it has lost its artistic identity. Not only has the culture that guides the man's hand been destroyed, but the very hand itself has become a husk. Art has lost its racial basis. By the mixing of all the races of the world together, not just in the same material space, but also in the realm of ideas, the connection that one has with art is removed. A man cannot really relate to another race's art. He can appreciate it, but he can never truly understand it. The only slight exception is manga or Japanese comics, which are incredibly hardcore and hardline in Western terms. Well, even then, like, I know this doesn't sound sacrilegious as an anime woman myself here, but even then, we have a problem with the Japanese when it comes to anime. Because it's not really the Japanese fault. It's more the Western fault, right? Western art used to have a very distinct art style. If you look at 90s cartoons, for example, specifically the more realistic kind of art style, where it's definitely not anime, but it's within the same kind of line of thought process for how it's drawn there. But also just like they used to have more quirky shows before the Bean Mouth, before the Cal Arts kind of stuff, right? There used to be more quirky, fun little art styles that our Western shows used to have. And with the death of Western culture, because that's what we're facing at the moment, it has brought the influx of anime, of Japanese art over instead, because it is inherently better. But now the problem is, our Western art is becoming lost. And that is not a good thing. As much as I like anime, as much as I'm an anime woman myself, for example, okay? Like, as a white woman, no, not Japanese, okay? As a white woman, as an Amerikanski, I do not want to lose my culture. Even if I can recognize the Japanese are superior at this point in time, I do not like the fact that my culture, right, my Western art style, has died off. And now we have an influx of artists that you can find on Twitter, or if you're a VTuber, VGen's a great place to go, or just artists in general. All they draw is anime style. You can get some variations to it, especially when it comes to the coloring techniques, but the style is all anime. You can never basically find an artist these days that does not draw some sort of anime style. It is very rare to do that, to find that. And I think that's sad. I like the anime style a lot. When I was an artist, I would draw... my style was a mix of anime and Western because I did want to try to distinct myself a little bit more, but it was definitely a lot more anime inspired myself. I'm not gonna like completely out myself as well, I exclude myself. But everyone draws anime style these days. There's no Western art left. And I do think that's a problem that needs to be addressed eventually. Ideally sooner than later, but eventually here. Would you say your old PNG style was drawn in the American style? To a certain extent. Like, unfortunately, I'm not really good at digital art whatsoever. it's more the coloring techniques of digital art that I struggle with. But obviously, you know, the style itself for how things are done. It's like I said, it's that weird mix of anime and Western. Like, and the big thing of when it comes to the differences is the face shape and how it's done. I drew my eyes more Western style than anime style. I would say on average, but like it's still more anime adjacent, like I said. Fairy art is the last bastion of Western art. Okay, buddy, calm down. You might be right, but calm down. But continue on Sleepy's essay because I went on a little bit of a tangent there, and I do need to pee again. Like I said, I'm turning into the piss queen. So when you mix all the races together, art becomes slop with no true meaning to be gained from it. Man cannot relate the art of his people because it's not the art of his people. It's the art of that as a result of a mixture of peoples. To put it in the very modern, understandable terms, globalization is responsible for the death of art. Now that I 100% agree. Take a look at these two buildings. Okay, well, it's one of them is I think that's Notre Dame, and the other one's some fucking New York skyscraper shit. One was built with proper racial basis, and then was built with nothing more than a global Negev basis. Now look at these different artworks. Okay, one is a very Western oil painting style of a woman, knighting a knight with a sword, and the other one is just a fucking Play-Doh, a huge, like, twice the size of a regular human Play-Doh fucking thing. If you're white, which one feels you more connected to your race? The Negevs in power did this to make us feel less connected to our race. We no longer have racial connection to art. We have no racial connection to our society. The art of our civilization is dead. Once a civilization loses art, the civilization will soon die. Art is one of the first elements of a civilization. Art is one of the first elements of a civilization will die. When art becomes something purely material, all is lost. The world is rotten. Yeah, that's basically kind of what I was saying, just in a much more eloquent fashion and way more thought out and like explanatory. See, this is why Sleepy's essays are great, because he's able to explain these things a lot better than a dumb Floyd can. Here. Is Stone Toss anime adjacent? No, he's very much unique with his own style. That's definitely a lot more Western style. But like I said, I've turned into the piss queen tonight thanks to the gamer sub, so I'm gonna be right back. I'm sorry. But we'll talk more in 2 minutes. chat. Sorry about that. Like, this is why I stopped drinking gamer subs. One, because, well, caffeine's really not that bad for you, but, like, I didn't want to be reliant on caffeine. But honestly, the main reason is because it makes me fucking piss like crazy. Ugh. Oh, goddamn. I also got some more water. So, sorry that took a little bit longer, but I realized I was low. Fuck. Are we having a debate over, like, over what's, anime or not? Because I look at the last Avatar. You mean the last Airbender, I'm assuming? Danny Phantom instead of Cyberpunk? Are we are we just basically, like, trying to figure out, like, what's Western versus what's Japanese? Do you want me to give you my little hot take on what's anime and what's not anime, chat? Because so in my opinion on what's anime and what's not, because there's that blurred line, right? As Western studios and Western market has adopted it, like Netflix in particular has done a lot of like anime style things without it actually being anime itself. Actually, if you want a good example of what my art style actually was back in the day, She-Ra. It wasn't intentional. I realized it as I was watching it when I was younger, and I would be drawing at the same time. But my style is actually really close to the She-Ra reboot that Netflix did. And that is an example, in my opinion, of Western art style being blended with anime. And working out decently well. But anyways. Then again, to be fair, the She-Ra is better drawn than mine. But still. But anyway, my thing about anime and what counts as anime is that it has to be made by the Japanese in Japan. If it's a show drawn by the Japs in Japan, it's an anime. At the same time, now there's a difference between anime and anime style. That's the big dividing factor right there. Anime versus anime style, because anime is just Japanese for animation. It's just that's all that it is. It's like obviously there's a distinct style that they've created over time. But if you look at older animes, we're talking like going back to the 60s and 70s when it was first being like created in the first place. It had a lot more Western influence, and they've evolved the style over time. Like there's a reason why 90s anime is known as like this distinct style, right? And early 2000s has a distinct style, and now we have this kind of like whitewash universal kind of style that's been popular for the past like 10 years. There's lots of similarities between them all, but you can tell the difference between the ages of when they're made, and it's still anime because it's made in Japan. But if it's something that's made outside of Japan and it has the anime style, then it just says anime style. If you want to call it anime, I'm not gonna be pedantic with you, because like somebody brought up the fact that Cyberpunk was made by Polish studios apparently. And that's like, if you call it anime, I'm not gonna criticize you. Like I'm too much of a too much of a casual, because like I consider myself basically a tourist when it comes to anime, because I'm well aware of like I have not watched that much anime despite my age, because I chose to play video games instead. So like there's kind of that factor at hand. But I still like anime. I still like the art style. Like I said, my old art style when I was drawing was anime adjacent, if not basically anime in its own regards. There. So like I don't consider myself like a full-blown tourist, but like I'm not gonna say I'm a connoisseur or an expert when it comes to these matters either, right? So this is my personal void opinion on this stuff. So what if you want to call Cyberpunk, Edge Runners an anime? Sure, go ahead. But it's not actually made by the Japs, so like technically for my definition, it's not actually anime, it's just anime style. So, Edgerunners is a Japanese studio. The IP owners were Polish. Oh, well, if it's Japanese studios, then I would say that it's an anime. Like, just because of that. Like, it just depends on who actually creates it. Because once again, I'm sure you watch a lot of anime. I mean, I've seen a lot of hentai. I'm not going to deny that. Basically, that's all I watch. I, like, 3D porn is at the point where I'm like, I don't want to say it gives me the ick, but it's a lot more awkward. I just watched the hentai. So, Trigger the animation triggers in Tokyo. Okay. Well, Studio Trigger is a good studio, anime studio. So there, yeah, it's definitely anime. Definitely anime then. And I thought it's an easy little answer when it comes to Cyberpunk then. If it's made by Studio Trigger, it's definitely anime. Yeah. I thank you, Limitless Feet, for the $2 reduce. Thank you. Hey, Amal uses to buy some gamer subs on me. I'm gonna kindly decline on that. I have enough gamer subs. I have one full container plus like half a container that I bought at this point months ago, because back when I was drinking it more regularly, but then like I said, I stopped because I don't like fucking peeing every 5 minutes. So, I thank you, Helios, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, my dude. But with a private message. He marked this message as private, so give me 1 second, chat, to read this. Not out loud, like I sometimes do. Okay. I'm kind of curious why this is a private message, but hey, I'm not gonna judge too much. I'm like it. So I mean, I will try to keep this in mind. I have a really bad memory though. Well, actually, hold on. It was a specific thing. Okay, give me one chance. Let me 1 second to look up what this guy is asking me. I hate. Like. Oh god, I'm sorry. I'm badly explaining things. Try to keep things private. Here. Interesting. Do I see it from my? Okay. Let me narrow down the search a little bit more. Aha! Oh, it's a half-an-hour video. Okay, that's not bad. I will. How do I respond to a private message without actually saying what it is? Anyway, I have this relatively as saved as I could possibly be for my dumb-ass Floyd brain. There you go. There you go. So, well, gotta go. Bye, kickers. Well, bye, Soul. Thanks for stopping by. Long time no see. Nice to see you around. Hope everything's going well with your life. I know it's been a while. I know it's been a while. So, what's your favorite Dora the Explorer character? Swiper. That simple, okay? And I know what you're gonna say. But fuck you, okay? So, Swiper. Swiper does want to swipe, okay? Well, since we're not doing Wayfair, can you talk about 99 love balloons? Well, do you want to actually hear me talk about 99 love balloons? Or do you want to watch the basic logic video? Because I know a lot of people are wanting that to happen when we're doing the poll. Because, yeah, yeah, we're not getting the Wind Waker tonight, unfortunately. But, alas here. Let's fucking go. Let's watch Hitler cunny sex. I don't really like the cunny part. Because, like, I imagine Hitler as with the cunny. I don't want to imagine Hitler with the cunny. I want to imagine Hitler with a big fucking, like, 8-inch dick. That's what I want my Hitler to be. Oh. God damn it. Let's see. So, okay. Do we want the basic logic video? Woman indecisive. More news at 11. Yeah. We watch the basic logic video. Do we move on to Wind Waker for a little bit? What do we do, chat? What do we do, chat? Your size queen. Your ideal size is 8 inches. Fake size queen. 8 inches is above average. The average is like 5.5. 8 inches is large. I guess it's kind of the joke about being a size queen then. Still. React Sloppa, commit to the bit. Okay, well I guess I'll be a hypocrite. I say like, wow, I don't want this stream to be full React Sloppa. I don't like full React Sloppa streams. That feels really cheap and gay and lame and all that fun stuff. Right? And here I am doing full React Sloppa. After all. Alas, the void brain. But the void brain just always seeks to destroy but never to create. Okay.
The idea that the average person nowadays should have the right to an opinion is absurd. They'd be much happier working in the fields or watching reality TV. Instead, their feelings get electrified and weaponized by mass media.
Sorry, I got fucking one-shotted by the Hasbin Hotel with the angel dust scene. Sorry. I was not expecting that from a basic logic video.
Which specializes not in fact-finding or logic, but rather on ways to make the masses parrot them for political power. Of course, saying this might as well be blasphemy by modern standards, which treats democracy as a god to be worshipped, thought of as an unassailable good that all people would prosper under and should be forcefully imposed upon every society, no matter how repeatedly disastrous the outcomes. Therefore, in this video, I'll be ranking and debunking all arguments for democracy and putting them on a tier list. And if you enjoyed, consider subscribing, it helps the channel. But first...
So before I get into his little tier list here, I'll give my 2 cents on democracy because the void must yap. I'm not a full-blown monarchist, but I'm like 75% there. 80%, 90%. Like, I have a little bit of hesitancy because I don't think monarchy, like, my biggest thing is I don't think monarchy would actually work in the modern world. To me, I think that it would turn into basically just a surveillance state. And it would be Big Brother, you know, typical, you know, authoritarian nonsense that would happen where the dictator comes in and uses modern technology because like everything you're being tracked. There's the flock cameras being propped up all over the place. Your phone, you know, signs you in with your facial ID. You know, your license plates can be tracked. Like they're cookies and all this fun stuff, right? You're getting arrested for, you know, memes and all that fun stuff. Like that's going to happen in a monarchy with modern technology. Monarchy worked for hundreds of years because of the distance involved. Because you had the feudal lords, you know, kind of keeping to themselves. They would send the tax collector to round up the taxes. But other than that, the villages were self-sufficient, very small communities. Everybody knew each other, and they were all strongly binded by faith. But that's every single aspect of that has been broken down. Like, no one's religious anymore. Well, not society in general, I should say, is not religious. You know, there's no such thing as community. Obviously, when we did the React Sloppa with the whole math thing, you know, the whole dating market's been broken down completely. Families in general have been broken down. Like, and then obviously we're going back to the surveillance state thing. I don't think monarchies would actually work in the modern day. That's my biggest issue. We would need some sort of like reset the zero for it to happen. Which, not saying that's impossible, right? If some meteor falls down tomorrow and, you know, makes us dinosaurs go extinct all over again, it's definitely possible, right? And that would be the best system, but not really exactly in the modern age. But like then again, I don't like democracy. It's clear that it's failed. It is truly the god that has failed. And I don't think it's the correct system. It is inherently corrupt by the default of it. It starts out with a restricted vote. but politicians are heavily incentivized to expand the vote because the more people they can trick and lie and deceive into voting for them, the more power they can have, and so the vote will be perpetually expanded to the lowest common denominator till everyone and their mother and their pet dogs can vote, and that's a guarantee. Every single the democratic system has done this in the entire human history. Uh, and there's too many politicians in power. There's no one they can actually really hold accountable for. Too much bureaucracy in general. It's a completely bloated system. There's nothing really. It's there, right? Like it can maybe work for the first few years, but it is doomed to fail. And so I do rather take my chance with a benevolent dictator and a monarchy because I do have authoritarian tendencies, right? As much as I don't like a surveillance state, I do understand that do need authoritarianism to actually work with society and actually have a functional society. You can't have really so much laissez-faire like we do now. So I rather have a monarchy than a democracy, but it doesn't mean I'm actually a monarchist myself. I don't if really the whole middle of the road centrist fucking stick up my ass position, okay, Tim Pool beanie man thing, as I don't think there's any perfect political system. I really don't think there's any perfect political system. But obviously there's gonna be some better than others. I'm not gonna go for communism or socialism. That's never gonna happen whatsoever. But it's not gonna be democracy either. Yeah. Anyway, that's enough with the Floyd yapping about her 2 cents. Let's hear a smarter, more eloquent man talk instead.
Just a quick clarification. In seriousness, I'm not fully opposed to democracy itself. Rather, I am opposed to democracy for our modern societies, because voting is a privilege, one that has to be earned and upheld by a people who are able to handle the responsibility of it. As John Adams, a founding father and second president of the US, said about the Constitution, it was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. When you look at our modern societies, do the words moral and religious come to mind? If not, then you have a founding father affirming that the Constitution is invalid. So let's get started. Consent of the governed. This argument claims that democracy through voting is a uniquely fair form of governance, as it acquires the consent of those it rules over, which is absolute cope. If that were the case, you wouldn't need law enforcement now, would you? People would just consent to your instructions. Consent and governance are contradictory by definition. Democratic states are still a form of organized coercion. The only difference is that coercion is justified by the support of the mob, a bis tier. Wisdom of the crowds. This is the belief that
To address the consent of the governed thing, yeah, it's clearly that's not working out for the simple fact that no one's happy with the system at hand, and no one's doing anything about it. There's plenty of people like me yapping about the problem, but no one's picking up their pitchforks and doing anything about it. There's a few people actually trying to get involved with politics on a local and even federal level and trying to change it, and kudos to them. But the entire system is rigged against them. It's by default of democracy being so bureaucratic, and the purpose of the system is what it does. They'll never actually have a fair fighting chance. Even Trump, the Orange Man, the savior, right? The God Emperor is basically powerless, and that's why he's focusing on foreign wars instead of the home front. Like he can't actually drain the swamp because the system is the swamp. Government is the swamp. The only way to solve this problem is to completely dismantle it, and obviously that's going to have its own risk. So there's no real consent there whatsoever, or else things would have been changing a long time ago.
the majority opinion is often the correct opinion. Therefore, let everyone vote on policy. It ignores that most opinions are redundant. In cases of ignorance, a person, made to express a preference, will parrot whatever position he has already heard. This means in practice, wisdom of the crowds actually means wisdom of the mass media oligarchs, which is why the media has effectively become a fourth branch of government.
Yep. And this is why I said earlier about the politicians are incentivized to expand the vote as much as possible. Because the more people they can manipulate, that means the more masses they have control over. That's why like the Democrats will always have the blacks, always have the Mexicans, they'll always have the gays and the women. Well, maybe not the women. The white women are actually pretty conservative. They're like 50-50 split on average. But it's still 50% of the women, white women they have at least versus it's like 60 to 70% that Republicans are men are Republicans. So there is obviously that disparity there. Um but they'll still have the misfits, the outcasts, and the more they import, the more illegals they bring in, the more welfare they give to the NWAs, all that fun stuff. The more power they're gonna have, and so therefore, more of a majority they have to win in the elections, which is why they want to cheat so much. Yeah, it's not great.
In fact, voters are actually rationally ignorant, as in the system is set up in such a way that being ignorant is the rational choice, because becoming well versed in politics is difficult work, and one vote will never sway an election. Therefore, the incentive for becoming well informed prior to voting is effectively zero. Instead, voters will vote for whatever they feel like, and politicians know this, which is why they appeal to emotion, not reason. Get free.
It's really easy just to scroll on Twitter and find, federal level and international news, things that you basically are powerless and talk about. That's why a lot of people like drama, for example, because it's fake problems where you can just grab your popcorn and kind of laugh at other people suffering without actually having to worry about your own. And that's why I like what I consider harder politics, but at the end of the day, it is still more or less the same song and dance. I have no control over the Fed, right? I can't whisper in Trump's ear and say him execute all the Browns and all that fun stuff, right? I can't do anything that like that. But I can sit here with my popcorn and scream and cry about how whatever's going wrong and have basically no power to do so. And because my vote really doesn't do anything. Like some other lip-tarded woman is going to cancel it out. That's why like women having the right to vote is fucking retarded. Just one, they don't vote correctly. It's that simple. They're too emotionally appealed. And two, if you do actually have a woman that's married, right, and she hasn't been more of a lefty, and you haven't fixed her with her MAGA cock yet, then your vote cancels out yours, and your household's kind of fucked. Congratulations. You, the man who's supposed to be the leader of the household and respectable, can't do jack shit with the little power that is given to you because your woman has canceled it out. It's great. It's great. And so people just don't care. People just don't care because there's no incentive to care. Because nothing will change no matter how they vote.
Stuff now, who cares how we'll pay for it? Specialized decision makers, such as in aristocracies or monarchies, don't have this issue, and are actually better aligned with the long-term survival of their nation, because it is their nation. To get the rationally ignorant masses involved in decision making is to make decision making a circus decided by showmanship. NPC tier. It's the worst form of government except for all others. This quote from Winston Churchill is a cute slogan, but historically illiterate. It was arguably true during Churchill's time. It was not true throughout the centuries. In fact, democracies often devolve into mob rule and cause the downfall of their own societies, in such a way that even a tyrannical dictatorship would have been preferable. It's a pattern of history stretching back to the ancient Greeks.
Oh, Daddy Hitler. Daddy Hitler, if you can hear me. Please. 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 I'll go to Argentina to save you. Daddy Hitler. Please. I love you.
That when a populace finds out they can vote themselves gifts from the national treasury as welfare, they do so, unable to stop until their nation goes bankrupt. Not only that, when a discovery is made, politics devolves into which politician is willing to sell the future of their nation the most to give the people now as much as possible. Once this threshold is crossed, I haven't found examples in history of people being able to stop it before it's too late. It's during these periods that de facto monarchies appear to take the reins and try to save the nation if possible. NPC tier.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, a lot of these arguments can be defeated by some of the stuff I've already said so far. Like he said about them constantly voting for things that benefit them. Like that's why they want to expand the vote so much. Because the more free shit that they can give the people, the more people are gonna vote for them because they want the free shit. But the joke's on them. It's not free. It's from the taxpayer. But if you're not paying taxes, then it's free to you, isn't it? It's just going to be the vast majority of white men that are actually in the workforce and not on welfare paying for it. And we have long hit that stance. We have long hit that stance many decades ago, and it's only just getting worse.
One person, one vote is fair. No, it's not. Look at this person. Now look at this person. In what world is it fair that their vote weighs the same? One person, one vote isn't fair. It's equal. But equality is a farce. No two people are equal. Building a political system around a lie to make underperforming kids feel better about themselves in kindergarten will not yield positive results. Abyss tier. Elections replace the violent power struggles.
Yeah, with the vote being a fair part here, yeah, it's just it's not. It goes back to his early argument in the video about how some people are more informed than others about various things. And so there's no incentive to actually learn more. But for the people who do care about politics and do try to pay attention, uh, like they are going to be more well read and more informed just by default. That's literally their qualifier here, right? And it doesn't matter because some Enwa who is 300 pounds overweight with long fucking nails, a weave, and a shit ton of makeup on, with a BMW, heading to the fucking food bank to get all the free shit, is gonna vote for the opposite thing. Not with a fucking care in the world. It's not, if anything, it's not even equal. It's actually unfair. Because there should be limitations. If democracy is going to exist, there needs to be strict limitations on who actually gets to vote, because it's not fair if everyone gets to vote just because of the power imbalance at hand. Like, because there's always going to be hierarchy no matter how you play it. But why should the dumbasses that only want free shit and don't actually think 5 seconds ahead be able to vote? It should be people who are actually educated on it. In fact, I would say my personal opinion who should be able to vote should be white men that are married with at least one kid. That would be my limitation for voting. I'm not going to add the land qualifier because land's so expensive these days, and you have Bill Gates that owns a shit ton of land himself. Just snapping it all up. Unless it's Bill Gates. God knows the other millionaires out there, right? And then hedge funds and all that fucking just BlackRock shit, right? So I'm not gonna add the land qualifier, but at least being white and being a man and married and having one kid, 'cause that makes you actually invested to the future. More kids would be preferred, but we're trying to work with a little bit baby steps here. So it still gives them investment here.
This is true. One of the main advantages of democracies is that should an old elite lose support, they can have a peaceful and orderly transition of power. In this, votes are promises of force. Each side is measuring support and assumes the side of the most support would win a civil war. So instead of fighting it out, the loser concedes. The issue comes when the votes stop representing actual force. When the weak, or those who don't have a stake in society, vote, it's a deception. Because should a civil war happen, they won't fight. When this deception is exposed, the incentives change, and actually increases the likelihood of violence. Take for example a situation where Party A has the support of a well-armed and motivated minority of about 45%. Meanwhile, Party B has a cowardly or apathetic majority of about 55%. In such a system, Party B will always win elections, but Party A will always win civil wars. So how long until Party A decides enough is enough? But it's actually worse than that, because when power struggles happen in monarchies or aristocracies, that's a dispute between the elites in a nation, not the people. The people may suffer, but rarely are they fully mobilized to kill their own countrymen. On the other hand, in a democracy with mass mobilization and ideological warfare, it becomes a full-blown civil war.
And going with this point about the monarchy is actually really getting the people mobilized for the internal conflict. It's because the people are its property. This is actually one of the bonus points for monarchy and an argument for it is that the king's actually incentivized to actually take care of his people because that's where he gets his taxes from. If he wipes out his fucking people for stupid shitty wars, then there's gonna be no people to tax. Like it's simple kind of supply and demand there. So there needs to be some sort of stipulation to allow the people to live without wasting resources. Because if the people die, there's going to be no food. Because who's going to take care of the farm, right? There's going to be no cattle. There's going to be no fucking candle makers and blacksmiths and all that fun stuff that all affect society. Now we're using the more medieval equivalent because that's what the monarchy. That's how everyone thinks about monarchy. And the modern sense, if we were to have one, they still need the people to do the jobs and work in the factories and build the iPhones and whatever the case actually is. Uh, because once again, the king still needs people to tax in the first place. They can't just wipe them all out. Versus democracy, well, it doesn't care. They can just import more people in, right? Because they've already expanded the vote as far as as much as possible, right? Eventually, we'll have dogs voting, and so, we'll just keep on importing more and more foreigners to replenish the population. Some of them will get taxed, some of them won't be in welfare. Politicians only think 4 years ahead anyway, so they don't really actually care about long term consequences. They just think about the now. And if people have to die for them to get the short term money from the globalized warfare, then good for them. Good for them.
Sometimes even regular families getting forced into opposite sides. Strong tier though, because it's true as long as the vote is respectable. Democracies protect liberties better. No, they don't. They just waste time trying to justify the erasure of liberties to pretend like they care. Take the Civil Rights Act, for example. It was supposed to end racism. In practice, it ended freedom of association.
He's on some spicy things in the video, but I'm just I appreciate a good antiseptic joke. I'm listen. I'm Big H's top guy. What can I say?
The only one who can protect your personal liberty is you. Your state doesn't do it, and if anything, it's a constant threat to it, as Europe is now learning the hard way. In fact, I'd argue democracies care about your liberties even less than monarchies or aristocracies. You having some liberties is useful, as you can be a productive citizen. But a politician is only incentivized to care about your utility for however long his term is. A monarch, on the other hand, has to think long term. He needs to consider your lifelong productivity and your ability to pass on your skills to future generations. For the
That's kind of in line with what I was saying earlier, like 2 minutes ago. Just slightly different in a different context.
good of his country and his heirs. NPC tier. Democracies are richer. Correlation is not causation. Democratic societies are richer, but is the reason for that democracy, or is it something else? Because it's not actually democracies that are richer, but the West. Democracy is not a political hack for wealth, as we've seen from all the times in which we liberated nations and they ended up worse than before. The reason democracies are richer isn't because of democracy itself, but because it takes a competent, self-reliant people to be able to establish for themselves a democracy and survive without outside intervention.
I feel like it's some slight shade to a certain sandbox on a certain sea in a certain area of the middle of the world. That's a little bit more on the eastern side as well. Oh, but they're actually talking about the point about the West in general. They get a little spicy myself here. The West has always been richer to some sort of degree. Like obviously China did very well for itself and Japan, right? I'm not trying to discontinue not sorry, to discount that um whatsoever. But the West has always been very well for itself. And I do they believe it's because of the cold weather theory in general, where people from colder climates have better decision making, think better long term planning, better cooperation, monogamy, and basically things that allow you to work together as a society to build further than just 15 seconds ahead versus in warmer societies where you have endless, fruits and water and vegetation and just endless resources in general, there is no incentive to actually think 15 seconds ahead. And the West, by default, is in a more colder climate in general. Now, obviously, you have like Italy and like uh Greece, the Mediterranean areas where are much warmer climates in general, and their successes. But we also kind of know the trope that Italians and Spaniards are a little bit on the lazier side. You know, yeah, there's also kind of that trope for a reason. But ignoring that little joke, between banter of Europeans, it's just the West in general has evolved in a way to advance. And that's actually why democracy works for at least a short period of time, because it does require cooperation and trying to play relatively fair. But then natural human corruption kicks in and ruins it all. Uh, but that's why it's only compatible with the West for a short time and not with the sandbox that we constantly like to blow up for fun.
For themselves a democracy and survive without outside intervention. You can't force success on people. Flawed here. Democracy, just like any governing system, is a tool, not a god. It works for some people sometimes. Like any tool, if it's not appropriate for the job at hand, it should be replaced with something better suited. That concludes the tier list. If there are any other arguments you would like to see ranked, please share them in the comments below.
That was a pretty good video overall. Oh, I just realized I didn't
But in
well, we'll put a thing on this tier list here. There we go. Alright, that was a pretty good video overall. I think like its channel name is, basic logic here, right? Where it's very short, cruelly drawn explanations of things to try to get the main point across. And I think he does it pretty well. It's not the first video I've seen by him, um, whatsoever. So, and I think it's nice seeing the anti-democracy stuff kind of rise up. I mean, he wasn't going pro monarchy. He wasn't even trying to make the counter argument, anything like that. He kind of did to a certain extent, but he basically just dropped the monarchy part and basically said, "Here's a reason why democracy doesn't work," and addressed those points pretty succinctly. So it did the job. Now it's up to you, dear viewer, to figure out, if monarchy is actually good, or maybe he'll make a next video because this one just came out. Monarchy, all arguments ranked and debunked. And for a monarchy, you can compare and contrast and that kind of fun stuff. For it, it's nice seeing that democracy getting shit on so much. Even I'm not a full blown monarchist myself. I'm done with democracy. Do I want communism? No. Do I want socialism? No. Do I want democracy? No. I'll take some sort of authoritarian monarchy thing at this point. Anything more than what we have now. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at here. Yeah. Amal will become a monarchist. Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't like. I don't think I really. I think my biggest issue for the last 10 to 15% that is stopping me from being a monarchist is that I just don't care. And the reason why I don't care is, like I said in the beginning, that every single political system has flaws. So while I don't want democracy, I don't want communism, I'll take the monarchy, obviously, I've been saying. I don't agree/care to be an advocate for monarchism. Like, you're not gonna see me making streams, at least not anytime soon. You're not gonna see me making streams be like, here's all the reason why monarchy is amazing and we should have a monarchy now. Like, I'm not gonna do that. Because I don't think a monarchy is a good system, especially in the modern age, like I said before. I think it'd probably be better than what we have now at this point. But I wouldn't call it is this kind of the black pill / neutral /
Is it the Jews? Is it the Jews? I'm
whatever
assuming it's always the Jews.
stance. I mean, it's not completely whatever, because like I said, I don't want communism. That's a hard no. For sure. But yeah, I just, yeah, that's what's, I guess that's what's kind of stopping me here. Also, here's the link to the video. Make sure you like, comment, and watch it so you don't have the Foy talking over, especially when he makes good points. I forgot to do this for the other videos. I think I put the link, but I never said anything. So here is the home math video, and here is the Remnant Prayer U parody video as well. So make sure you guys do that. Check them out. Give them like, watch all that fun stuff. Gotta give credit where credit is due. After all, I'm doing React Sloppa. Yeah, we need something entirely new. Maybe I'm just like, my 112 IQ is limiting me, but I don't really see a new political system ever being made. Like, like I guess I don't really. I just can't really think of anything like, off the top of my head. But then again, I'm the dumb 112 IQ Floyd. I'm not be against anything new, but I feel like at a certain point we've already invented the wheel. I don't know how many more different types of wheels we can invent. Like, we have a broken wheel of communism. We have the heavily bent, barely functional wheel of socialism. We have the weak wheel of democracy that will roll down the hill slightly and then eventually shatter after a few turns. Then we have the wheel of fascism, which, depending on your favorite fascism, will heavily depend on the reliability of it. And we don't even have some long-term examples of fascism being actually implemented because it's a relatively new ideology that got fucking nipped in the bud really early on. And once again, Mussolini's fascism versus Hitler's fascism versus the Romanian guys Cordello, whatever the fuck his guy's name is, fascism is all a little bit different. They're all different in various ways, right? So like, it's highly variable there. But we can hope that with the one stamp with the H rolls down the hill decently well and lasts a bit, at least a bit longer than democracy. But like, we don't know that because we don't like, it never was really fully tried. I did that at the purpose. So, uh, oh fuck. Sorry, I'm stretching here. We do have examples of monarchy though, and that's a wheel that's pretty reliable. But we haven't tested it upon the new roads, and it might melt. It might melt on the hot path of hot gravel of the sun, or the hot tar, or you know what I mean. Whatever the asphalt. There we go. And I might melt on the asphalt. Yeah, we don't know that just yet. So, but they're all still wheels. But how many more wheels we can invent to go down the road? I thank you, esoteric Hitlerism, for the shit, 100 fucking shekels. Well, we're at 100 fucking shekels here. Thank you, I do. That's very generous of you. I just in general, you guys have a really nice tonight. So thank you guys. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the React Slop and Yappin overall. So thank you for the shekels. That's very kind of you. It is necessary that I should die for my people, but my spirit will rise from the grave, and the whole world will know that I was right. Bloodborne fun. What's in it now? I hope, based off her name, that's a Danny H quote, because I'm a LARPer. Okay, just like every single like far right Nazi Floyd, I just wear the skin suit of it to get attention from men online. So I'm hoping that's a Daddy Hitler quote. But let me check the Bloodborne fun here. How do you not know for sure? Listen, I'm guessing based off the name, but like I'm trying to be a little bit on the safe side here, okay? I'm trying to be a little bit on the safe side here. Mods Banimal. Like I said, I'm LARPing here. We're going tongue sar. I have to manually calculate the Bloodborne fun. we are $230 away from it being completed. So, but remember, chat, a couple things when it comes to the game funds. Well, 3 things in particular. 1, Wind Waker needs to be completed, and then FNAF will be the next game. And then whatever happens after, whatever game gets completed after FNAF will affect whatever gets played after FNAF here. 2, game funds are basically more or less stopping based like the ones that are already have been started will still exist, but I'm basically stopping the game funds except for explicitly horror games or for games that I really don't want to play. Like that you basically are just doing it to torture me. And then 3, I do have the new rule of that each game fun, right? Each game will be played for a minimum of 4 streams. If there's any severe problems with it that make it unplayable, or I really hate the game, like I really cannot tolerate it, like I actually gonna want to kill myself kind of level of just not playing the game, makes me want to like kill my interest in streaming, that kind of deal. That may or may not have that happened before. Uh, then you'll get the minimum of 4 streams, but after that, it's gonna be over. But I will try my best to get through as much as possible. It's just a minimum of 4. So, um, yeah. Can you expand why you're stopping the game funds? Because it feels gay. That's why. Like, I never was like fully comfortable with the game funds. I was just trying to steal Arch's model. And I want to give you guys content that you want to see, but I also don't want to do things. And so I figured, well, this would be kind of the in-between to kind of incentivize me to do so. Especially when it comes to horror games. So I know horror games is actually a lot enjoyable for you guys, right? So, like, I hate horror games because I'm scared easily, but, like, it's not, like, the game kind of itself. But it just doesn't feel right. Especially since I have been doing more gaming streams more recently. Excuse me. I just kind of want to play the games that I want to play. And then if you really want me to play a game that I don't really want to play, then there you go. The game fun. But other than that, no. This doesn't feel right. It just feels kind of shitty. I don't like it. I just don't like it. There we go. But I thought you liked Wind Waker. Oh, I love Wind Waker. But Wind Waker happened when the game funds were happening in general. And I was still doing politics, like, on a regular basis. When basically, like, I was doing politics streams, like, two or three times a week. And so, getting actual games into the schedule was hard. And so, it's a lot more justifiable to do the game funds then. Because if you really want to see me play a game in particular, that would be the best spot to actually make it happen. But now that I've been doing a lot more game streams, there's kind of no reason to do the funds in that regards because I'm getting through games a lot faster. At least when I'm not yapping and reacting. I feel bad for Wind Waker because I really like it and I like Zelda, but I've yapped so much with my playthrough. I need to actually sit down and lock in with it. And she's not Jewish enough. Oy vey indeed. How dare you discount my heritage? Did you know that I survived the Holocaust? I'm a 20-something-year-old Holocaust survivor, and you should respect me. Oy vey. How dare you? Is she finally locking the fuck in? Never. I get distracted too easily. Shot color idea? You get shot whenever you go the wrong direction. No. Shot colors are for only the horror games. And exceptions. Rare exceptions. So, that's it. Now let me double check. Make sure I didn't miss any, super chats because I've recently started missing some of them and I don't want to do that. Aha! Speaking of missing something, thank you Azalea Zezia for the sub Bubby for 13 months in a row. Thank you for being my 13 reasons, right? Mew Mew, how's it going, Mom? Well, it's going pretty well. It's going pretty fine and dandy. Just yapping and reacting. No Wind Waker, sadly, but it is what it is. Tis what it is. I had fun tonight. Hope you guys had fun too. And thank you once again for being here for 13 months. A very long time. And thank you, Jonathan, Chadwell, for the $2 reduce. Thank you. I they mine them all. Wait, I can technically do both of them together. But unfortunately, the schnoz covers it up. It's just too big. It's how I if I'm going to Israel, I wear this. If I'm going to Germany, I wear this, you know? It's all part of my disguises. Yeah. There. Let me check the YouTube side of things. Because I've been, like I said, for some reason, I've been missing them more often. I don't know, I just forget, I just not paying attention, or whatever the case is, but it's not right. It's not right. Okay, looks like YouTube is good. I say I'm double checking, but now I'm like, what if I still miss one even though I'm double checking? So I come back and we're still not a Wind Waker typical mall. Yeah. I'm gonna change the thumbnail and maybe the title for the YouTube VOD. Just because there's no Wind Waker. There's no Wind Waker. Wind Waker just doesn't exist tonight. It did in a ditch. We can maybe do it Monday. Yeah. But we got a lot of politics. I mean, it's not a react slop of politics, but still we got quite political today. No news. It feels, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of feels weird not going over the news. Like, talking about all these issues, but, like, not actually going over what's happening. I kind of miss it. That's probably a good sign. That probably means the vaccine of game streams is working well then. Because I'm like, I kind of wouldn't mind doing, like, a article reading, you know, catching up with the news thing. At least at the moment, I'm kind of feeling it. Who knows what Monday will bring? I'm very much a void and fickle. That I go through my moods, and whatever my moods is whatever it is, and I don't make the rules. Okay, my vagina does. Wait, here are the ones with a lie tonight. Sadly, yes. Sadly, yes. Fuck. Okay, chat. It is that time. It is that time, my wonderful chatters here. Kick Bros, I'm sending you over the leaflet. There you go. You get some more harder politics over there. Just remember to follow her rules and don't be gay, don't be too extreme, all that fun stuff. And remember, chat, with raids in general, if I raid and you get banned and get uppity in someone's chat that I raided, you will get banned here too. Because you're representing me when I raid. Okay? Okay? So don't be gay. It's not fair. I don't think it's right. But don't be gay in the first place. Remember, follow the rules and regulations. And then YouTube bros, you guys are going to Tomo. She is definitely not political, so do not bring up politics there. Okay, that's definitely something I'll fucking smack you with. And not in the good way. And Rumble Bros, I'm putting you in the cut chair because I'm lazy. So thank you everybody for all your subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings. You guys were very generous tonight. I hope you enjoyed the react slopper and lots of yapping. And I hope you have a good night. I'll see you on Monday at 7:45 p.m. EST. Thank you. Bye. Here are some titty jiggles because I'm a YouTuber. Bye.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?